Okay, check one, two. Check one, two. Testing, testing. Should be live. Hopefully the sound is good. Hopefully the picture is good. Please hit the like button. Comment in the chat how the sound is and the picture. And it should be a fun stream tonight. We might go kind of late just because I have a lot to say, but it should just be a fun one. It's not really the most serious stream. The more serious stream that I've done kind of about this topic, there's two of them, and I linked both of them down below. We're going to be discussing Professor Dave again, and I try not to do a lot of streams like this, but sometimes it's okay to just do something that's fun, and I kind of just wanted to do it, so we'll see how it goes. But if you want a more serious, I mean, we'll see how serious this gets, but I did do a serious discussion about some issues in Dave, the logic that Dave uses in his debunkings in a previous video, and you can check it out linked below. And I also did a stream about the original interview that Dave is discussing in the video that we're going to talk about tonight between Chris Langan and Michael Knowles, and that is also linked below. The video that we're going to be discussing tonight is linked below as well on Dave's channel, and so is the interview that he is discussing is linked below on the CTMU radio channel. So I provided all the links below if you want to dive into this a lot more. But good evening, Marco, Paulina, everybody who's here. Please hit the like button. Like I said, it helps fuel the algorithm. And I know it's before Thanksgiving. To everybody who is in the United States, happy Thanksgiving. If I, just in case I forget to say it later, it's one of my favorite holidays, and so it's one of those that I think everybody can get involved with because it doesn't belong to any specific theological tradition, but it focuses on something that is fundamentally good, which is gratitude. And there's always something to be grateful for. There's always many things to be grateful for. Sometimes there's more things there seems to be more things to be grateful for at some points in life than others, but there is always plenty to be grateful for, and we all should be better at recognizing that. And so Thanksgiving, I think, is a good time to reflect on what you're most grateful for. Please comment in the chat what you are most grateful for. I will say one thing I'm very grateful for. I'm very grateful for my wife, and I'm very grateful for my daughter, who turned 1 year old last week, and it's been quite a journey to watch her go from birth to one. So we will discuss that on a different stream. I almost talked about it tonight, but wanted to just say, at least what I'm grateful for. Comment what you are grateful for, and maybe if you're not watching this live, comment in the chat, in the comments, what you're most grateful for. It'll help boost this in the algorithm, and maybe Dave will see it. But so let's get into it. Let me say for the record real quick, I try not to do this streams about people, so I'll try and not to do that too much. But I already did do a more rigorous, I don't want to say more rigorous. We haven't done the stream yet, so we'll see. But I already did do a pretty rigorous dissection of how Dave's debunkings, quote unquote, go when he discussed Terrence Howard and Eric Weinstein's discussion. I linked that below, and I tried not to talk about him, more about just the issues that kind of are responsible for probably the lack of logic that he was presenting in his quote unquote debunking. And I will discuss it more tonight, but we'll see. I have this phrase that's called, if you chase it, that goes, if you chase a chicken with its head cut off, you are a chicken with its head cut off. And I would definitely describe Dave as a chicken with his head cut off. And so I try not to chase those too much, but sometimes it's just fun to chase things. And at the same time, we're going to try and be a little bit productive with it. And, offer some constructive criticism, more of it at least tonight, because that is important. And so here we go. This right here is Professor Dave. Professor Dave, we've talked about him before. He has a huge YouTube channel, 3.5 million subscribers. He talks about science, and he had a degree in chemistry, and he goes by Professor Dave, but I don't think he is an actual professor. But I don't think he has to be either. That's not a critique. He does a lot, though, of these debunking videos, which I think are usually nonsensical, but I feel like I get that I'm kind of doing that tonight, but we're going to try and make it as honest as possible and as accurate as possible. Not going to just do this for entertainment, but it should also be pretty entertaining, just, naturally. So he did one on Chris Langan's discussion with Michael Knowles, and this is it. It says, Chris Langan, the dumbest smart man in the world. And, he also has all kinds of videos, by the way, that are much more useful about all kinds of topics. I'm very impressed, actually, by how much he is able to present. It is very impressive. I'm not going to take that away from him. I could never do a lot of what he does. How much does he understand what he's presenting? I don't know. It's kind of, we'll talk about that tonight. You can repeat a lot of things without actually understanding it, as ChatGPT has taught us over the past couple of years. So he did his latest debunking, though. I guess maybe it's this one, but this one right here is the one we're going to talk about. Chris Langan, the dumbest smart man in the world. Chris Langan, on the other hand, is somebody who is not an academic, and I don't even know if you could call Professor Dave an academic, but he is certainly entrenched in the academic narrative, and he is also indoctrinated into the academic, I guess, channel. I don't even know if that's the right terminology, as indoctrinated, but he is a victim for sure. I mean, we all are, but he's really a victim of the academic channel. He's also blessed by it, because look at his huge YouTube channel, and I'm sure it allows for him to support himself, which is great. But there are serious problems with the academic system, and it's not what most people think it is. It's not that they're teaching nonsense or not teaching nonsense. There will always be truth and nonsense taught everywhere that teaches, from anyone that teaches and in any institution that, has the goal of teaching. But the way in which we are taught is not true. And what I mean by that is that when you're sitting at a desk, you cannot actually learn anything. You can memorize things, but you can't learn much. You can learn some things, but you can't learn much. You have to actually go into the world and do an experiment, see what happens, and get immediate feedback from that experiment. And I don't mean it has to be a formal experiment. It could be like, let's see what happens when we, flip this circuit breaker and observe what happens. That is an experiment. That's all I mean. Do something, take some action, observe the result. And that is how you learn. When you're sitting at a desk, you can't do that. And that's the biggest problem, is it takes away, in your most formative years, it takes away most of your time that you could otherwise be spending actually learning. And I've seen this with my daughter over the past year, especially. When you see a baby go from knowing how to not even move their own body very well to now my daughter is standing up on her own, then you see how that's done and how that's learned, then you realize that it's not something that could ever be taught in the classroom. And it's not just because it's a physical action. Same thing goes with her and her understanding of language and certain words, and her ability to learn, her pursuit in learning how to speak. And all of this is stuff that can't really be done in the classroom. You have to actually do it. And just for, I guess, evidence of this, and just because it's cute, I saw this today. This camp popped up as 1 year ago memory today. My daughter, it says Juliana is learning to smile. I remember when she just learned how to smile. She had to learn how to smile. That's something that babies actually have to do. It's not just purely instinctual. It has an instinctual element, but it's also something that you have to learn how to do. And this was this weekend. You got it. Okay, baby. Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow. Look at you. Yeah. Good job, baby. You have to actually take actions in order to learn. And so it's not just a matter of memorizing information and spitting it out. I hope the sound is better. All right. Cringe. Here.
So I frequently get requests as to what to debunk next, and
wait a second.
You linked me to an interview with a guy named Chris Langan. I'd never heard of him. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. But I gave it a peek and felt like I had a few things to say, so let's get started. Before the big reveal, Einstein plus Russell equals Langan, who is clearly smarter than both of them put together. So let's dig into this theory, shall we?
If you take a good close look at that, you've got cognitive theory, and of course, you know, a theory is a kind of language, theoretic language, okay? And then you've got cognitive theoretic model, you've got a model, and then you've got universe. You've got a language, you've got a universe, and then the model is the mapping between them. CTMU says those are all the same thing. All of those terms, all of those properties are distributed everywhere over reality. Reality can have only one structure once you realize that and you implement it in theoretical form.
Yeah, it's going to be this brand of word salad for the rest of the interview, folks. No, Chris, theories are not languages. They are models. Saying theories are languages and then listing models separately as though theories aren't models only demonstrates that you don't know what any of those words mean. Then saying that all of those plus the universe are the same thing definitely proves you don't know what those words mean, since if they were the same thing, those different words wouldn't exist. What properties are distributed everywhere? Properties of language? What properties of what language? And how are they distributed in deep space where nobody is using language? None of this means anything.
You're not just talking about this siloed aspect of thought, or this, you know, philosophy over here, language over here, math over here, physics over here, but you're presenting something that is universal.
Correct.
Not really presenting so much as vaguely referencing and never actually describing. Physics has math in it. Want to show math, big guy?
Okay, so that's the first clip we're going to talk about, and what's interesting about this is that it shows that Dave, like almost everyone in academia, and this is a problem that comes from academia, it comes from a lack of seeing the big picture, is Dave cannot see past the semantics of words. And if he can, he's not honest about it in these debunking videos. And maybe he's just doing this all for views, but I'm not going to assume that, because if I assume that he's just doing this for views alone, I'm not saying he's not looking for views. That's fine. I don't blame anybody for that. But I am going to assume that he is being honest about what he says most of the time. And if he is being honest, then he is not able to see past the semantics. When you recognize that there are common structures and common patterns that occur in different fields, this is essentially what a theory of everything actually is. It is a common pattern and an explanation for such a pattern that is observed in different fields. Anyone who's trying to explain the fundamental has to see past the semantics and show the common pattern that occurs in multiple different fields of study. This requires, I guess, just letting go of certain associations that we have with words, which is tough, because if your only understanding of a certain word is how it's been presented in school, then you're not able to actually make bridges between these various different terms, or the various different fields, or various different activities, whatever it might be. But there are certainly universal mathematical structures that occur in math and in physics and in language, and they are the structures of mind and the structures of information ordering, which is how it is the structure of sense making. That's what it is, and that's what this channel is about. It is about sentient singularity theory, which is a theory that is an attempt to do this and to show this sense making structure that is the structure of mind. It's the structure / process of mind. And it leads to you being able to perceive a common pattern that exists everywhere. So if you see that that Chris says, okay, a theory is a kind of language, and let's look up theory as a word definition. And you have Dave saying a theory is a model. This is kind of funny, actually. So Chris says cognitive theoretic model of the universe. He's saying a theory is a kind of language, which is, and then he has this model, and he has the universe, and he's saying that there's this common structure that they all have. And Dave says, no, they're not. It's not the same thing, and there is no common structure, and there's no, these things are not the same. But then he says a theory is a model, which is exactly what Chris Langan did. He said a theory is a kind of language, and then there's this model component of the name and of his theory, I guess you could say, and that they all are essentially the same thing. And Dave says, no, they're not. Actually, theory is not language, it's a model. But that's basically what Chris said. I mean, it's just there's a word in between, there's a connection in between theory and model that Chris has inserted, and Dave can't see that. He just sees language, and it's like a wall. And he can't see past it to even see the fact that there's a logical connection that himself, Dave, made that supports what Chris had said. It's very funny, but it is also unfortunate, because it shows exactly what I'm talking about, which is that there's a specific context that we are presented words in, and it's very limited to this like lesson 1 of some topic in school. It's not even a deep dive, and so if that's where you stop, and you don't personally pursue more than what is already out there, which means like you go on a journey of learning, not a journey of memorizing. And I know that these are different things, because I can tell you almost endless facts about any kind of animal in the world, and a lot of them I have not ever seen. And I could still tell you all kinds of things about them, but that doesn't mean I actually know those things. I read them. But then I also know all these things about animals that I have had experiences with in the wild, and when I've gone with biologists on study sites and things like that, where I can tell you things about those animals because I actually experienced it and saw it. These are not the same thing. They're very, very convoluted, I guess, today. Is people say, I know this, I know that. We know, this is something that Dave says a lot, we know that this and this. But does he know? Because if you didn't actually do the carbon dating, or you didn't actually do the experiment that allegedly came up with some result that has been taught to us in school, you don't actually know. You think you know, and you might be right, but you also might be wrong, and you have to know that you don't know. we're very sloppy with that word to, know. So, but Chris's theory is the cognitive theoretic model of the universe. I'm not going to get too into that. I did an entire stream on it in the past, and you can see it below. I have a lot of things to say about Chris's work, as I have heard him discuss it in very lengthy interviews, but I've actually never read his work. But I do listen to a lot of interviews that he's done, and I get the general gist of the CTMU. It's very similar to sentient singularity theory. I can't really spot any differences necessarily. They show different, they do focus on different things, and they are expressed in different mediums because of just how, some people people communicate differently, but they don't seem to contradict each other at all. So this next clip.
Not really. Presenting so much as vaguely referencing and never actually describing. Physics has math in it. Want to show us some math, big guy?
If we're talking about a theory of everything, the first question we have to establish, does God exist?
Yes.
Here's the second reason Chris is here on the Daily Wire, to pander to their largely religious viewership. Again, we aren't talking about a theory of everything. Neither of these morons know what that term means, which is why Mikey has no clue that immediately bringing up the existence of God in what is supposed to be the domain of theoretical physics is an insanely stupid thing to do. But of course, Chris fires back with an extremely confident yes, there definitely is a God. And if anyone would know, it would be the smartest man in the world, right?
The reality has an identity. Okay? The identity is that.
Okay, we're going to get back to that. We're going to continue with this clip in a second, but again, this is the issue. A theory of everything in physics currently is for the most part described as a theory that unifies gravity with the other three fundamental forces in physics, and other people will say it's the theory that unifies general relativity with, quantum mechanics. That's not false, but it's also not complete. It cannot be complete. And we have to have a better definition for a theory of everything in order to actually make any progress on it. Nobody's made any progress on a theory of everything, yet we continuously say, oh, in physics, a theory of everything is this. How do you know? You don't have a theory that has done anything. String theory got a lot of fancy math, and everybody is starting to realize that it has not led to physical advances in our physical understanding of the world. And that makes it not physics. It might be relevant to physics. I think it is relevant to physics. It isn't physics. Dave here says, physics has math. And then, he mocks him. He's like, want to show us some math. By the way, Chris wrote multiple books. They're online. If you're interested in his work, I highly suggest getting some. I have one or two. I've not read them. I'm sure they're good, but man, I was planning on one day taking a look, but I haven't. But I can tell you right now, there's plenty of math in this book. There's plenty of equations. There's plenty of math, and there's a time and a place for everything. But if you want to see some math, I'm not saying it's right. I don't know, but it's certainly there. And but he says that Dave says that physics has math. That's not the definition of physics. Physics is about it is about mapping our understanding of what we can perceive as the material world. That's what physics is. It is our mapping of the structures that we cannot override just by our own minds alone. We can't be this book is physically perceived by me right now. I can see it, I can feel it, I can hear it. If I sit there and I'm like, think about and try and think the book into disappearing, like think about the book not existing, it's still there because there are constraints that make this a physically observable structure that I cannot override with my own mind just by thinking. And so you can think about how to get rid of the book and, I don't know, whatever you want to do with it. But you can't just sit there and be like, disappear. That's what physics is. That might be kind of a sloppy way of describing it, but it's actually more accurate than just saying physics has math. That's not a definition. I'm not saying necessarily he is saying it is the definition, but he is saying that math is defined, that physics is defined by math, or that math is defining of physics. I got to think about which one is the best way to say that, because the order there does potentially matter. But math alone is not the singular, qualifier of what is or is not physics, and certainly not what is or is not relevant to physics. Entirely relevant to physics, in fact. Constraining of physics, even. Definitely not. So this idea that we know what a theory of everything is, it's just something that unifies quantum mechanics and general relativity. I actually think it does do that. That is something that a fundamental theory would do. But it's not how you get a fundamental theory. It's not by pursuing that. It's a byproduct of pursuing a fundamental theory. And it should be, at least. And because we observe these other structures that, we're assuming are not fundamental. If you're pursuing a more fundamental theory, then you have to assume that there's something more fundamental than the standard model and general relativity. And so you have to assume that whatever that is that's more fundamental is the contextualizer of physics. It is the structure that is the foundation of physics. It's underneath physics. Physics is built on it. Math, in fact, would be built on it. I don't even know how fundamental math. I don't think math alone is actually the most fundamental field that you can have necessarily. I mean, it's linked to it, but our current, as we define the mathematics, are not as fundamental as people probably currently assume in academia. And if it was, then we wouldn't be continuing to look for a fundamental theory. So, I mean, that just we would have the answers already. We'd already have unified quantum mechanics and general relativity. We would have an explanation for the physical world. We would have an explanation for the cosmology that we can observe, and that we also theorize. And we would have an explanation for life, quote unquote. These are all things that would be answered by an actual theory that is fundamental enough and true enough. And physics doesn't answer any of that, and math doesn't answer any of that, obviously, because we are still talking about it all the time. So this is just a huge issue, and it's the same exact thing as like not being able to see the context of things, the context of existence beyond terminology that you've learned secondhand, that only is contextualized by additional terminology. It's not contextualized by your construction of its place in the cosmos. It's just not. So, you sit there, you say, oh, physics is math. Physics has math. It's like, that's not everything has math, essentially. So, but and then the next thing that we're going to get into is this part. Where he says that he asks, does God exist?
We're not just talking about this siloed aspect of thought, or this, philosophy over here, language over here, math over here, physics over here, but you're presenting something that is universal.
Correct.
Not really presenting so much as vaguely referencing and never actually describing. Physics has math in it. Want to show us some math, big guy?
If we're talking about a theory of everything, the first question we have to establish, does God exist?
Yes.
Here's the second reason Chris is here on the Daily Wire, to pander to their largely religious viewership. Again, we aren't talking about a theory of everything. Neither of these morons know what that term means, which is why Mikey has no clue that immediately bringing up the existence of God in what is supposed to be the domain of theoretical physics is an insanely stupid thing to do. But of course, Chris fires back with an extremely confident yes, there definitely is a God. And if anyone would know, it would be the smartest man in the world, right?
Identity has.
Okay, so there's a couple things. Exactly what I was trying to say, and hopefully was successful, is exactly what Michael Knowles said. We're not just talking about the domain, this limited domain. We're talking a theory of everything, and Kurt Mungle just did a video. It's his fourth installment of his consciousness series that he did, and it's very good. I highly recommend watching all four of them. And in it, he talks about Chris Langan CTMU a little bit, and he says that Chris expands the definition of theory of everything to be beyond the current physics, definition alone, the current siloed physics definition, to put it similarly to what was said in the video. And that is something that you inevitably have to do. You cannot have a limited physics only model that is more fundamental than the most fundamental physics that we can currently perceive, that is only physics. How are you going to do that? That makes no sense. We observe, these structures and quarks and bosons and electrons, and we observe, the relativity of space-time, and we don't observe anything below these things that are, with our microscopes, at least right now, and with our instruments and our particle accelerators and our telescopes. We don't. I do think that we constantly observe a more fundamental structure. It's the structure of mind, but that's, a forest through the trees problem. But as far as we can physically perceive, there is no, we don't, there's nothing more fundamental than what we can physically perceive that is also going to be physically perceivable. That just doesn't make sense. There really is a flaw in the logic of the entire pursuit of this. And the assumption that we should continue to assume that a theory of everything needs to be limited to just an explanation that unifies, or an equation that unifies quantum mechanics and general relativity, or gravity and the other three fundamental forces. We should probably abandon that idea. And in my video that is also linked down below, it's probably the lowest link there's at least 5 links below, is my entry into the PACE 1 contest for the Theories of Everything channel. And I describe what it's like to try and make a fundamental theory. I don't like the term theory of everything, but a fundamental theory. And in it, I say that you should not be trying to come up with a more fundamental theory by trying to unify that which is not assumed to be fundamental, at least, and probably is not. You should just start completely from scratch and from first principles and see what you build and see if you get the explanations for the structures that we are able to physically observe. That's how you should do it. But that's not what's being done, because people are building on things that they learned in school alone. And an advance in this is not going to come from things that you learned in school. It literally cannot, because otherwise they would have thought of it already. And it's what's holding them back. This is a very, very, the failure to recognize a more fundamental theory within academia is due to a fundamental problem in the structure of academia and how it's taught and how we supposedly, quote unquote, learn in it. I'm not going to be someone who sits here and is like, they're teaching nonsense. Nonsense is always taught. You're always going to read nonsense. You're going to hear nonsense. Sometimes you will think nonsense. But the point that's much more important about our current education system is that it takes all the time away from you that you would otherwise spend actually learning. I see my daughter every day. One of the very first things that she did when she was very young, weeks old, but now even today she still does this, is she just wants to rip everything apart and like knock on it. Like if you give her a phone, she like hits it. And what she's doing is she's doing an experiment. She's saying, if I hit this, what happens? And you can't hit anything and see what happens in school. You can't. And especially in a setting that is not, a postgraduate setting. Every experiment that you do has been done, countless times by others, and you already know what you're supposed to get, and it doesn't really teach you how to learn. I understand why they thought it would, because they're saying this is the process that you have to go through. But people in school, kids in school are more, they're not thinking about it like that, even though they might be able to regurgitate that back to you if you ask them what are we doing? They are just going through the motions. That's it. I can sing songs in languages that I do not speak. I don't know what it sounds like to a native speaker, but I know that I'm singing this song. I don't know what is being said in it. And that is basically very similar, actually, to what is going on in our academic system. It's a big problem. And it limits your understanding of something to secondhand information, which means like you're limited in its current to your understanding of something. Your understanding of something is constrained to our current understanding of it only within the context of other words, if that makes sense. And I can see how this could be clipped and make me look like a fool, but I hope it makes some sense, is that you're not, there's no context in experience for you when you didn't run this experiment and realize something that, gave you context, added context to your understanding. You're just saying, okay, theory is this definition and model is this definition and language is this definition. And that is all different from physics, which is all different from biology. It's just insane, guys. Dave is like a case study for the problems of our education system more than he is a case study of just himself. He's also very often an asshole. He's very mean and cruel. And that's not, I get it. It gets views, but like, and I get very frustrated by Dave, and I have to check myself in these streams to try and not be too much of a dick. But that's not my goal. Just know that. And if I am straying and you think I'm straying, let me know in the chat. Maybe I'll agree with you. Maybe I won't. But now to this clip about God, where Dave says, bringing up God in a discussion about physics is very stupid. And in fact, it's not stupid at all.
Neither of these morons know what that term means, which is why Mikey has no clue that immediately bringing up the existence of God in what is supposed to be the domain of theoretical physics is an insanely stupid thing to do. But of course, Chris fires back with an extremely confident yes, there definitely is a God. And if anyone would know, it would be the smartest man in the world, right?
Identity has the reality has an identity. Okay, the identity is that as which something exists. Okay, matter of fact, when you say the word reality, you're naming an identity. You're identifying something. This.
I'm smiling because your answer on this is so beautiful. It just reminds me of Moses at the burning bush. And Moses at the burning bush says, who shall I tell the people that you are, talking to God? And God says, tell them I am that I am.
That's right.
This is pathetic. Chris said absolutely nothing. He just said reality is a word, and Mikey dives into quoting fairy tales. Can we get a little more rigorous, fellas?
That's exactly right. That's what the CTMU says. It just comes up with a mathematical structure that you need to build reality out of that.
Which mathematical structure, Chris? You keep pretending that you can do math, but you haven't shown anyone an ounce of math. Come on, buddy. One little equation. It doesn't even have to be yours. Show us one of Einstein's and tell us what it means. Pretty please? No?
So you come up with that
idea. Chris has done this many times. If you watch his interview, I highly suggest, and maybe I'll link it below, watching his interview with Kurt Mongol. They are extremely rigorous. Kurt's interviews are the most rigorous interviews when it comes to getting into the details of people's theories and people's work involving, new physics theories and more than that as well, metaphysics theories. And he talks quite a bit to Chris, and they dive in deep. It's probably the most rigorous discussion I've ever seen with Chris Langan, but Chris Langan also has plenty of books available on Amazon, and there's lots of math in them. Here. Math. I don't know exactly what it means, but actually it does look very similar to some things I've seen in my work, which is not surprising. Dang. That's cool. But it's not, I don't use same way of expressing things as he does, but I can tell those quantities come up in my work. But this is just, it comes off as disingenuous. I'm just going to say that. I don't want to say it's disingenuous because he's assuming motive in this entire exchange, and he does it all the time. And he says Chris is pretending he can do math. To say that is to assume motive. I'm not trying to put words in Dave's mouth, but he puts them in there himself. I don't need to do it. But if you say so-and-so is pretending to do this, they are this, how did they come up with this lie? Like, you're assuming motive of the people that you're discussing. And if you want to approach something honestly, you should not do that, because you are not that person and you don't know exactly what is going on in their mind unless they tell you. And if they tell you, you should believe them, because it's the only thing that you have to go on. And even if you don't believe them, like, you kind of have to if you're going to engage with it. If you think somebody is a liar, don't pay any attention to them. And but I'm hoping that this is not disingenuous from Dave, and we're going to assume, for the sake of argument, for the sake of the stream, that he is being honest and that he doesn't even realize that he's doing this. But if that's the case, it's an enormous oversight, and I hope that he takes this as constructive criticism. But if you create a straw man when you are assuming motive, and then you kick the straw man down, and you didn't actually do anything. You're literally, this is a chicken with its head cut off. But like I said earlier, it's doing nothing. You went through all this effort to construct this structure, this straw man, and then you kick it down, and that is, you're not even engaging with what you are claiming to engage with. It's not constructive at all. In fact, it's an enormous time waste, mostly of his time. But I'm trying to use it to discuss, and maybe you guys are thinking about this, not just taking my word for it, but thinking about what I'm saying, and hopefully I'm making enough sense to where this is, you see what I'm saying. You're not just believing me, but you're seeing what I'm trying to that basically like you have to you cannot construct straw man arguments and claim that you're actually debunking anything. Obviously, I mean, I don't need to explain it that deeply. It's pretty self-explanatory. But but what he says earlier, it's not just moral, you know, moralizing that he's doing, but it is an entire straw man. He says Chris didn't say anything other than God is that identity is a word. Essentially, I think that's what he had said. He said that Chris said identity is a word, or that God is a word, something like that. Which is funny because like God is described as the word in Scripture often, but that's not what he said. He said that reality has an identity, and that is God. What does that mean? It means that existence itself is a someone. That's what Chris is saying. To have an identity is to be someone. In my video that I made for the Theories of Everything YouTube channel Pace 1 competition, I get into this as well, where I talk about how do you start from scratch when you're building a fundamental theory. You have to look at your own processing structure and recognize what would be the most logical way of processing information in any situation, which is that you prioritize firsthand information above any secondhand information always. And you have to get to your base assumption that is that which you assume more than anything else. And it would be something that you literally cannot assume anything else until you assume this. That would be that you exist. It's the same answer for everyone, if you think about it enough. The assumption is I am. Otherwise, who's thinking? Who's assuming? What do you do? What you can't even say. What are you doing? It's like you, identity. You have an identity. If you don't have an identity, there is no you. And so that means that, and because also you experience this, and I say this much more coherently in the video that's not live, that I posted, linked to very below, where I get into, theory. It's called Theories of Everything, the How-To Guide. I get into how do you think about what is most fundamentally known by you? And the answer is I am. And I'm not the first one to come to this conclusion. Obviously, this statement is already said all the time, and I think it's referenced to Descartes. I don't think he's the first one to say it, but you hear Michael Knowles responds to Chris, and he says, and by the way, Michael Knowles is a very intelligent person who is as well, and who is pretty rigorous in a lot of the things that he pursues. I know that personally because I know him. And I've spoken to him for hours about philosophy before. He's not just trying to trick people into believing in God because he has somebody with a high IQ on to claim that God exists. He made an argument that makes perfect sense. In this interview, he says, he responds to Chris, he says that makes perfect sense essentially with what is found in the Bible, where Moses sees the burning bush and he asks God, who are you? And God says, I am that I am. He's saying, I am existence. I am identity itself. I am the I am. I am fundamental sentience, initial sentience, eternal sentience, someone. This is why sentient singularity theory is fundamentally described most fundamentally as a theory of every one. It is emergently, you could call it a theory of everything. I just call it a fundamental theory, but it is a theory of every one, and that's a very accurate statement. I don't know if it is, I don't like the term theory of everything, because what you're really seeking is a theory and a framework, of a structure that is universal, and also an explanation for that structure that would contextualize all these other theories that we currently have. And so a theory of chemistry is called physics, and a theory of biology is called chemistry. But we need a theory of physics, and that is it means that you need to find a structure that is more fundamental to physics. And there's only one thing that we know of that we have to assume, and that we have a more intimate understanding of, a closer understanding of, than we do of even, understanding of touching something physically, is that we have this internal experience as well. And that internal experience is the contextualizer of anything that we observe and make sense of outside of ourselves. And so it has to be assumed that that is more fundamental existence than what we observe as existing beyond us, which is, I know it seems like that's just a nonsense answer to many people, but that means they haven't thought about it. A lot of times it's funny because I hear people say things like, that's just obvious. It's like, well, then why is that wrong? Why are you demeaning something that would be so obvious? Obviously, the most important thing for you to assume in order to make sense of the world is that you exist. It's funny, I was listening to Sam Harris, just a clip the other day, and I haven't listened to Sam Harris in a long time. But Sam Harris is one of those people that, in interviews, and I've talked about it in the past, you can search, Sam Harris in this channel, and you'll see discussions I've given on some of the things that he has said. And where he basically said, like, consciousness is an illusion, and then he even went so far as to say the illusion of consciousness is an illusion, which I don't even know what he's saying. I don't think he does at that point. Maybe he does. I shouldn't assume that he doesn't know what he's saying, but I don't know exactly what he's saying. It seems to not make much sense. But the point is that if you assume that sentience is not, if you don't assume the fundamentality of sentience, if you don't assume that you exist more fundamentally than you assume anything else to exist, you can't assume rocks exist more fundamentally than you just because you heard that rocks were here before you. You don't actually know that. You've been told that, but you don't actually know it. It might be right, but it doesn't matter because it's not how you actually can make sense of the world in every instance. Is if you will lose, there will be certain instances in which you can no longer maintain coherence if you assume that rocks are more fundamental to people. And guess what? Look at physics. It is perfect evidence of this. We assume that there are all these structures before quote unquote life, and then now life evolves and now we're stuck, though we have no bridge between no life and life. And it's probably a definitional error is the main issue with it, according to my work. But it's because our context these days is purely based on academic lessons, essentially. People are like, what is life? Life is that which has a metabolism and has cells. Why are you limiting it to cells? Because you read it in a book. That's why. And there's other reasons potentially that I understand why people do that, but they're not actually legitimate the more that you think about it. But you wouldn't think about it if you just take the word of school. But my point is that we need something that is an explanation. And so if you go to sentientsingularity.com, you'll see this. Sentient singularity. I hope I'm not rambling too much. And it's making some sense. But see, sentientsingularity.com, this is the website about my work. It's going to be updated dramatically in the next couple months. But you have this as basically my current definition that's pretty close to what a fundamental theory is. A fundamental theory is a recognizable, describable, predictable, and applicable pattern that occurs in all instances of what I call supersubjective observation, and an explanation for such a pattern. That last part is important, and an explanation for such a pattern. We've lost this entirely because we assume that things exist beyond our own sentience. And I would say that they do, but you can get there by assuming your own sentience is more truly than you assume anything else. And if you don't assume that, then you actually can't get there, because you start asking the wrong questions, like, where did consciousness come from? Where did life come from? These are all the wrong questions. And you can say that they're the right questions, but there's no evidence that you're correct, because they haven't. The right question is easily answered. It might take, a certain experiment that's not easy to do in order to answer it, but understanding the context that is necessary to answer the right question, or a true question, good question, is easy. And a really, really good question answers itself. You start asking it, and then by the time you're done asking the question, you're just like, well, actually, I kind of get now what the answer would be. And it's funny, because the most fundamental question that we can ask, the first question of all questions, then when I tried to figure that out, was what is the first question? I realized that I had asked it, and the answer is itself. What is the first question? That's the first question that you could ask, is what is the first question? And the answer is, what is the first question? It completely answers itself. And there are deep, deep, deep metaphysical, physical, theological, biological, musical implications. You name it, implications to that structure being the case. But it implies that it really is the first question. It is entirely self-contained. That's what you're seeing. You're seeing something that does not rely on anything other than itself to exist. It's a model. It's a model within language. As Chris Langan said, a theory is a language. And then you had, and he said, which is a model, and they're all the same. And then Dave said, a theory is a model, which is basically what Chris said. And you can see that essentially here, though, is that there is this universality to it, and there is this thing that happens when you hit rock bottom, when you hit fundamentality, where something is entirely self-contained, and that is evidence that it is actually the first question. It wouldn't. There's no other question that has that that level of coherence. Where it's entirely coherent. It's like super coherent. It perfectly answers itself with itself word for word. And like I said, it's a model, and it's a linguistic model. So it's language, it's a model, it's a theory as well, which is, or you could say it's a theory, but my theory is that is the first question. And but this definition, though, that we need, because we need something that we need the rock bottom for physics. We need that which is explaining of what we see. And it means that we need this part right here, and an explanation for such a pattern. A fundamental theory is not a theory of physics. It is an explanation for physics. It is that which explains and contextualizes math. It is that which explains and contextualizes physics. If it doesn't do those things, it cannot be a fundamental theory. It can't. And there is something that seems to be supported by both what we internally experience and also by external logic, externally observed logic. You can, yes, it's internal in your mind logic, but it's also, you're recognizing that which exists. The constraints of logic are beyond you. And so you can think about them, and you're technically perceiving that which is beyond you, even though it's within you as well. But what would be an explanation for physics that is also consistent with the idea that we have to recognize, and that we must assume more than anything else, that the nature of reality is that of a sentient someone, because we are a sentient someone, and we have to assume our existence more primarily than we assume anything else's existence. we have to assume that existence itself is sentient in nature and has and is a someone. It has, as Chris said, identity. This is not nonsense. It's absolutely relevant to a physics discussion to ask about God. Not only is it relevant, it is super relevant. Not only it's definitely essential. I wouldn't even say you could go as far as saying it's essential. It is essential to ask this question. If you don't, you are going to never get the answer. I'm saying that. You don't have to take my word for it. But if the logic that I said here, made sense to you, then great. If not, watch my Theories of Everything, the how-to guide video. It has the same explanation, but it's much more coherent because it wasn't live. And if you still don't see what I'm saying and don't understand it, then don't believe what I'm saying. And that's fine. But, that doesn't mean it's not true either. I've never heard an argument against it. Why is it idiotic to bring up God in a physics discussion? You say that if you don't take it seriously, which he doesn't. He says, I shouldn't say that. No, I guess I can't say this. I can say that he doesn't take the question even seriously because of what he said, wherein he said, you're referencing that Michael Knowles referenced fairy tales as being relevant to this talk, to the topic, talking about the Bible. And if you think the Bible's not true and is essentially really, really old Harry Potter, then fine. But the point that Michael Knowles made was actually correct. It's I am that I am. The most fundamental thing that you have to assume about existence is that you exist. And then you have to ask, what am I? And the answer is you are a who, essentially. You are someone. That is what you are most fundamentally. That's the thing that is you. And if you weren't a someone, then you wouldn't exist. You have a super firsthand perspective on this aspect of reality that you have to assume it not only exists, but it's the most fundamental property of existence that you, as far as you have experienced, and as far as you perceive, which is that it is sentient. Reality has sentience to it. Existence has a quality of sentience. If you look at this comb and you're like, this comb is not sentient though, and it was made in 1982 and I was born in 1992. So therefore sentience, I don't know, whatever you're going to assume. That's not how you actually think about this logically. Even if what you're trying to do makes sense, you're not actually making any sense, because you only can assume that this even exists because you assume your own existence, which is why I brought up Sam Harris earlier, and I brought him up and then I never went back to it. But he thought it seems like he almost thinks himself out of existence, and it destroys your sense-making ability to, I've said before that on my Discord, which if you want to join our Discord discussions, we have open calls every week. It's a great group of people. Send me a private message on Instagram or Twitter, and I can send you the link to it. And we have open calls every week. And once these two guys that were getting their PhD in philosophy, PhDs in philosophy, joined the chat, and they were getting their PhDs in philosophy of mind, I think, something like that. It was like the philosophy of consciousness. It was about consciousness, and they were writing their thesis essentially. And I was like, well, what is it? And they were basically saying, they were arguing that consciousness was an illusion, which is the most self-defeating, obviously nonsensical and incorrect assumption, because the logic of the statement itself isn't even there. It's not a coherent, logical statement in and of itself, because you are part of it. And so you're conscious enough to recognize that that the concept of consciousness. Otherwise, why is this even being written about? Why are you doing a thesis on it? Yet you're arguing for its non-existence. It's so nonsensical. And this is the kind of thing that happens when your understanding of something is siloed, which is a very good show, by the way, Silo on Apple TV. It's my favorite show right now. Very good. Highly recommend it. It's better than anything else out there, I think. But talk about that another time. But when you silo information and you just constrain it and cut it off from other bits of information, you actually destroy the context of the information, and you destroy the information. And I say on here all the time, context is information. And the more context you destroy, the more information you destroy. That is just obvious. And it's super obvious. And if your understanding of something is purely relegated to this field only in this setting, which is academia, and you can't actually talk about God in a physics discussion, even though it's obvious why it would be brought up. We don't know what caused any other causes that we observe. We don't know the initial cause of all other causes. And you need to think about what would be that initial cause. And you have to contextualize that within the context of you, a sentient someone. And so, I mean, Chris and Michael Knowles are making perfect sense. They are understanding each other completely. I am understanding them completely, and they're correct, at least according to my work. And if you don't agree with that, or you don't understand what I'm saying, then don't just take my word for it. But if you do see it, see what I'm saying, and you do understand what they're saying, then you don't even need me to convince you. You don't need to take my word for it. Just you see the logic in what I'm saying. It's like those questions that answer themselves. Almost, it's like you see it and then you understand it, and if you understand it, then you should believe it. But school is not like that. School is like, you can't see any of these things going on the other side of the world. You can't see any of these things that happened way in the past. You can't see any of these things that are happening very small. You can't see any of these things happening very, very large, but take my word for it. I'm saying don't take my word for it. But if you do see what I'm saying, don't deny it either. That's going to lead you nowhere. Let's get to the chat. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. Oh my gosh, there's so many people watching. Oh, wow, I'm not going to be able to get to all your answers. I don't normally have this many people watching, guys. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. I really appreciate everybody watching tonight. Seems like there's stuff going on. I'm not my own, but the gift of God. God gave us his own life himself. Yes, God partitioned his beingness into you intentionally. You can watch other videos of mine about that if you're interested. I have plenty. I think one of them is called Theism, like the ultimate theory of everything or something like that. And it's pretty recent. You can check that out. But again, please hit the like button if you're enjoying this. It helps. Clearly the algorithm is caught on, but I will try and get to your questions. But
then you start deducing the properties of this identity, and you find out that those properties match those of God as described in most of the world's major religions.
What preliminary framework? Describe it. Which properties? List them. Actually say something. And sorry, God as described in the world's major religions? There's a bunch of different ones, and they're very not the same. Are you talking about Vishnu? Something tells me you're not talking about Vishnu. What about Allah? No, not him either. I bet you're talking about the God that white people like. If you mean just a general deity of some kind, you should stop pandering to religious people.
Okay, are its properties such that you can deny the existence of God, or are its properties such that God definitely has to exist? And the answer is, God exists.
God definitely has
properties of the central substance and central principle of reality, those properties are attributed to God, including, of course, things like you have the three O's: omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence, but then you've also got consciousness. God has to be sentient.
Well, that's it. Case closed. God exists because Chris says so. The words omnipotence and consciousness exist. Therefore, God exists. Even loser apologists like William Lane Craig seem like a genius compared to this clown.
God
he literally missed the most important part of that. I mean, my work, Sentient Singularity Theory, is intentionally focused on that property, because that is the central and primary property of existence, according to my work, is that existence is a singular being. It's a singular thing, obviously, because existence encompasses all that exists, and anything outside of existence doesn't exist because it's non-existent. That makes it a single thing, a singular thing. And as far as we can observe, most fundamentally, about that, the most fundamental property of existence that we can observe is sentience. We observe it in ourselves every day. There's never been an instance in your life in which you have observed the world and sentience did not exist, because you were always there. I understand why people will say this is a cheat. It's not a cheat. It is going to mislead you if you deny this. You're denying yourself. You can't do that and maintain coherence and get anywhere true. You can't get anywhere. I don't even have to say you can't get anywhere true. You can't get anywhere. You can think you're getting somewhere, but you're not. You're denying that which you actually understand more than anything else. And not only that which you understand more than anything else, that which is what you can understand more than anything else, which is your own beingness. It's the only thing you get an inside view of. You know what's going on with your being, your mind. A brain and a mind are not the same thing. You have a brain, you are a mind. Just for the sake of context, if you hear me say mind, just know I don't mean brain. You are a mind. You have a brain. Big difference. But this is something that that you cannot get around, and so you have to assume sentience is primary. That's exactly what Chris Langan said. And instead, you have, again, like he said, omnipotence, omnipresence. These are things that are normally associated with properties of God, but they are not the definer of God in terms of his beingness. They are the differentiator of God between us and God. We are not those things, but the central definer also of what would actually mean God exists is whether or not he's sentient. It's not whether or not this structure of existence is omnipresent. Of course it is. Omnipresent, widely or constantly encountered. Okay, that's true of mind, the structure of mind, and God, he is the initial mind and the eternal mind. Information in existence has to be entirely, because existence is a singular structure and there's nothing outside it, and we can assume information exists because we are being informed by it, then that means that it is an entirely self-referential information system. What does that sound like? An information system that is self-referential entirely, is an information system that is self-aware entirely, which is a sentient being. It's like a super sentient being, more so than even we are. But omnipresent, that which is everywhere, you could say existence is everywhere. People say energy is everywhere, existence is everywhere, computation is everywhere, and none of it really means anything. This is like Stephen Wolfram's issue, is like he'll say, existence is computational. The universe is computational. And people used to say the universe is energetic. And then before that, they'd say, the universe is material. And it's like all of these things are the same thing. Matter is energy, is computation, and all of that really is change that is observed and understood by us. Information. That's what it is. And but it doesn't really tell us anything about like the nature of existence. It's just telling us what we already know. Saying existence or the universe is computational is not a step forward. It might be in terms of adding context to, you know, our framework in our mind that will lead us to actually have an epiphany later. But it's not actually in the moment telling you anything about existence that you didn't already know. So I don't think that it's sensible for people to just get up and constantly, you know, talk about how much of a revelation it is that the universe is computational. How is that a revelation? It's just in computation is the change of information. That's it. So omnipresent, though, obviously that's God. That is the definer of God to us, or it's the differentiator between God and us, but it's not the definer of whether or not God exists. If I asked you, if I said the universe is everywhere or existence is everywhere, that doesn't tell you God exists. The definition of God is a being that existence is a being, not just a thing, meaning existence is sentient, which means existence is a someone like you and me. It has internal coherence and internal experience, and I mean, it's an entirely internal experience because there's nothing outside of existence. So there's nothing outside of God's mind, which means God, everything about his understanding is to some degree an internal experience. He's super sentient. It's more so than us, but we are partitions of that sentient being, and within, fractally, growing inside of that being, and being, generated in according to a fractal pattern inside of that being. And I'm gonna guess that Dave would say that sounds like electric universe or whatever, but that's not even it's not an argument against what I'm saying. I don't even know what electric universe is, but I know that he uses it as like a term to dismiss things. It's like saying flat earther, saying you're an electric universe person. It's like saying somebody's a flat earther. But yeah, he doesn't pay any attention to what is actually being said between these two men. He's just latching onto words because, like I said, his understanding of these words is entirely based on the context of them in relationship with other words. He has no context personally, or not enough context personally, that in order to allow him to perceive past the semantics of the different semantics, the different words that are being used. And you have to do that if you're going to look for fundamental theory. There's no way around that. Obviously, you have to do that. And that's part of why academia can't do it, is because it is a bunch of siloed contexts that are, not allowed to be linked culturally because they aren't understood within the context of each other by the people who are teaching, and therefore also by the people who are, going there to quote unquote learn, but really to memorize. So it's a big problem, and it's not a matter of changing what we teach in school. It's like you need to change school to make it like not school. Like you kind of have to argue that you just almost get rid of school in a way, at least the way that we currently do it. It would have to be replaced with something entirely experiential, which is basically would be perceived as getting rid of the schools. It's funny because we take people out of the real world to teach them about the real world, and then we put them back into the real world. Why would you do that? Just let them stay in the real world. That doesn't mean they have to go in 9 to 5, for while they're 5 years old or 9 years old. But why would you take them out of the real world and put them in this little siloed desk and just expect them to understand the real world when they come out? It's just crazy. It is crazy. It's legitimately crazy. It is like definitionally, literally insane. I'm not just saying that as a, judgment. It's a literal description. But yeah, I get it, though, why we would overlook this if you were Dave, potentially, and you didn't have a personal, you didn't go down a serious personal theological investigation in your life ever. And I was an atheist most of my life until like 24, and I had an epiphany due to my pursuit about mind on trying to understand mind. And I realized I have to recognize that sentience is the most fundamental quality of existence that I have to assume. And that sounds like, that existence is one. There's only one existence, and so that means there's one sentience initially, or inevitably, both initially and inevitably and eternally. But if you're not thinking about it yourself, and you're not going on that journey yourself, and you're just reading about like Christianity on Wikipedia or even in the Bible, or you're reading about Hinduism, and you're not actually assuming it's true for the sake of argument, and then looking for evidence of it and perceiving that it as true so that you can actually make an honest judgment of it. You're just assuming it's a fairy tale, which is, you can't really avoid that if you're currently an anti-theist or an atheist. Like, you do perceive it as a fairy tale. So if you don't actively assume that it is not for the sake of argument, then you can't actually do any investigation on it, no matter how much reading you do. You don't actually make any progress. And this is exactly what happened, where he missed the point. The point that those two guys understand, and that I understand, and that hopefully many of you understand, is that sentience is the thing that is the definer of whether or not God exists. Is existence sentient? If yes, God exists. If God exists. If no, then God does not exist. If existence is the fundamental quality of existence, if it is the ever-present eternal quality of existence, that doesn't mean this has to be sentient. It means that which is responsible for the perception of this is sentient. And we are missing the framework for that which sentient singularity provides us. There's this, as is said on my website, sentientsingularity.com, says overview, or no, go to writings right here. You can see this is the overview of the theory. Describes the totality of the existence as a singularity of sentience. This is another way of saying one God that is creating additional sentient singularities within itself. Sentience is the phenomenon of feelings, sensations, and emotions. Obviously, singularity is defined as something that is one distinct unit, or something that is especially unique. That is what it means. People will say things like, no, in physics, it means the center of the black hole, and it means, the beginning, the point before the Big Bang. That is a secondary new definition of the term singularity, and it doesn't even destroy the initial definition, which is built into the structure of the word itself. I forgot the name of what that's called, but etymology, maybe. Singular, meaning one distinct unit. You could say that is a singularity, means like that's unique, and it's also, it's one unique thing. That's what it means. People who will say things like, no, not in physics, I don't care how they use it in physics. I'm talking about how it is used initially. This definition is the reason it is used in physics where it is used. So this is more important than the definition in physics. It's funny, when I first asked people to read this this abstract, I said, do you understand what I'm saying? And they said, a few of them said no. It took me a year to figure out where they were hung up. And eventually I said, what is the word that you don't understand? And they said singularity, like, what is this? That's like a black hole. And I was like, this is what school has done. It has cut off the context that we need in order to actually make sense of the world, including the sense of the word singularity, because we stopped thinking about it as what we intuitively know it as. We don't even need it to be taught. You know what it means. If I say that's singular event, okay, you understand exactly what I mean. You're not going to be like a black hole. But when we're talking about something that's like a theory of science, everybody assumes that it means like black holes and the beginning of the Big Bang. And that's not what the word means fundamentally. That's a definition that we've given it because of what it means fundamentally. It's not the fundamental definition. But if you say things like, oh, well, in physics, this is a theory of everything, and you say that's not what a singularity is. It's not a singular thing that just is anything. It's the center of a black hole. Both of those things can be true. We call the center of a black hole singularity because we don't know actually what is going on there even. And so we're just saying it comes to a singular point that is, inevitable, but like that's it. It doesn't mean we understand it. And it's just saying it comes to a singular point. Obviously that's the case, because it's the case with everything. But then it says a singular, sentient singularity also denotes that a singularity is a structure that has the property of kind of infinite oneness, which is like it is singular, it's super singular. It's like it's the structure that is it's the initial singularity and it's the inevitable singularity. It's the singularity we're coming from, it's the singularity we're moving to, it's the singularity that we are within. It's all of these things at once. And then it says that sentience is the universally defining and animating feature of everything in existence, and that it is this that sentience is being essentially partitioned according to a nested quasi-periodic fractal structure. And so, those, if you just look at the definitions of those words, you will see why they were used. They weren't used because to make this sound sciencey. If anybody is here from Dave's page, I don't know if that is an assumption that you would make when you hear the term singularity or quantum. It doesn't mean you're trying to sound sciencey, but I understand why you probably think that. But it's not the case. Sometimes you got to actually look at what is actually being said and see if it makes sense, which is not what Dave is doing. And God, sentient existence, that is the initial, and that sentience is the initial quality and eternal quality of existence. That's God. That's all it means. And then he goes, well, is it Vishnu? Is it the Christian God? Is it the Jewish God? Is it the Muslim God? This is something that people say when they don't have an understanding of theism beyond academia and beyond a kind of a partitioned investigation, which is really just a memorization of what is already out there. It's not an internal honest attempt to make sense of theism. It's just an attempt to be like, I understand Christianity because I read the Wikipedia page and I read the Bible. You can read the entire Bible and have it memorized word for word, and you cannot understand God. It doesn't give you that doesn't mean that you understand Christianity either. You can repeat it even, and still it doesn't matter. ChatGPT doesn't understand anything. At least it doesn't have an understanding of that is contextualized within experience, which means that you don't have an understanding. Only someone can have an understanding. It's our interaction with ChatGPT that is providing the understanding that is necessary for the feedback to be coherent. If without us, there would be no ChatGPT and there would be no sensible outputs to ChatGPT, which there would be no outputs because there would be no ChatGPT. Everything falls apart without sentience, everything. But if you kind of make a nonsensical assumption for the sake of argument that ChatGPT could exist without anybody actually building it, it wouldn't do anything. No one would prompt anything in. Nothing would get spit out. It's just a pointless thing to think about. But other than just the recognizing that there's no judgment structure in there to provide this tool with the context that it would need in order to actually get good at spitting out language, that was logical. If that makes any sense. It's tough to talk about because, like I said, it just all falls apart when you didn't take yourself out of the equation. That's true of everything, guys. It's true of everything. You can't know that rocks exist without you being here, and you can't have ChatGPT exist and make sense without you being here either. But if you can't see past the semantics, you'll be like, Vishnu is obviously a different name than Yahweh, and that's different than Allah. So which one are you talking about? And he says, and this just really shows that he doesn't get it, is every theist I know understands Chris Langan's statements and understands other people's statements when they're talking about God, and they say, that, Allah and Hashem, which is a name for God used in Judaism, which means like the name, is the same being. And it's the same being as the Father in Christianity. It's the same being. That is something that you can obviously inevitably deduce if you assume that God exists and you want to call him Hashem. Then it's the inevitable sentience of existence that is also the initial sentience of existence and the eternal sentience of existence. That's why Jews and Muslims and Christians claim to worship the same God, because they do. They know it. So when Dave can't see that, and he says, if you're going to make the case for a general deity, which is like, what is a deity? I would say the inevitable and only logical, the only inevitably logical conclusion that you can come to about what a deity would be is that it is sentient existence itself. That he says that is not something that you should be talking to religious people about. Why do they get it though? Why do they recognize that we're talking about the same thing usually? Yes, there are people in every religion, they'll be like, I don't worship Allah. That's, that's Satan. And same thing, people on the other side of every religion, you'll have people who they just have the same perspective that Dave has, but it's within the context of Catholicism or, Judaism or Islam, instead of the context of, the secular schools of America and the university system. It's the same thing though. It's just an institution. And so if it's basically like you are just believing in the institution, but you're not believing beyond the institution. And if you don't believe beyond the institution, then you don't believe in God. So, yes, I think that all of the major theological traditions, as I call them, I don't like the term religion, are true. They are focused on different things, and they use different terms to describe different parts of the same structure, and also the same parts of the same structure. And they all recognize it. So yeah, you want to talk to them if you think that God exists, like you should talk to theists. It's funny, when I first started this channel, I was like, I tried to write a description of my models. I wasn't trying to come up with a theory. I realized eventually that you needed a name that was fundamentally describing of the fundamental properties of existence, which is, it's twofold. It's a structure / process, which is, it's a being. That's the best term for it. If you're going to come up with a singular word to describe existence most fundamentally, it would be a being. But that in and of itself, it's a little tough to like just say I have being theory, because people won't, it doesn't describe it well enough. But if you say existence is a singularity of sentience, and it came from a singularity of everything came from a singularity of sentience, everything is moving towards a singularity of sentience, and everything is within a singularity of sentience, that makes a lot more sense. It's funny though, what I was saying earlier about my theories abstract is that when one day I took out the term singularity and I replaced it with being. So where it says like a singularity of sentience, essentially, or where it says here like singularity of sentience that is creating additional sentient singularities within itself. I had my dad read that and he was like, I don't get it. And I was like, it's so obvious. Like, what do you mean you don't get it? It's a singular sentient being. And then I realized what was going on is because I asked him, what do you mean? What do you think I mean by singularity? And he was like black holes. And I was like, oh man, that's the problem. And I replaced this and this, and I said, sentient singularity theory describes the totality of existence as a sentient being that is creating additional sentient beings within itself. And I asked him, does that make sense? And he was like, yeah, obviously. And I was like, okay, good. But it was school that screwed him up. And like these physicists that think that their definitions are more fundamental than the terms that they are using to communicate in the first place. Language is more fundamental than physics. It is. Cognitive theoretic model of the universe is a language, according to Chris Langan. Maybe a good candidate for a more fundamental theory than physics. Because how do you have physics? Physics doesn't just have math. It does, but that's not it. Like, it is a linguistic framework that we have built to describe that which is observed as constraints beyond us. That's it. Constraints that cannot be overridden by our own minds. It is inevitable that existence is a super self-referential information system. If you asked, what is a self-aware, would something need to be self-aware? It's like, think about the terms of that. Self-aware. What does awareness mean? It means like perception of. What is the self? It is, the self. I guess the self is almost one of the most fundamental words out there, so it's very hard to define it because it is the definer of other things. It isn't defined by other things. And so it's the definer of something as it is, as what it is, almost. It's like, it's really tough. It's the it is that which, it's the quality that we observe as in someone that has boundary, essentially. In an internal experience and a boundary. That's what it is. That's the self. That's as best I can do right now to describe it. Like I said, it's tough because it's actually fundamentally the definer of other words, almost all other words. But we're trying to define it with words that are not as fundamental as self, and it's tough. So we're limited in our ability to like make a totally accurate definition. But you can experience it. So it's real. Chris Langan is accused by Dave of having no rigor. Again, I will just say, like, there's way more rigor in the original interview than Dave is alluding to, and you can watch it yourself below to see that. But there's also books on books on books and tons of other interviews that Chris has given, and he has websites, and I haven't read it all, but it's obviously rigorous work, even if it's wrong. I don't think it's wrong at all, but I mean, I'm not going to say at all, but I don't think the core assumptions are wrong. I think they're definitely correct, but it's clearly rigorous. It is extremely rigorous. Here. Continue with God and
exist. Why? For something to change state, like for something to move? God has to exist so that things can move? We can perfectly describe motion with the laws of physics, no God required. Anyone who has the foresight to begin prodding at this verbiage sees that it topples over like a house of cards immediately. It's no better than the underpants gnomes in South Park who plan to profit from the underpants they collect, even though the ever-critical phase 2 is never defined. Just replace collect underpants with list random terminology and replace profit with God exists.
I might not be sophisticated enough to parse all of the quibbles that there might be, but broadly speaking, as a Christian, so much of what you're saying resonates as obviously.
Okay. I actually think that Dave he created a straw man here that is obvious to me because I understand what Chris is saying. And whereas earlier he basically says that you need an initial explanation for everything, for the patterns that we perceive, for the patterns of perception, for the patterns in physics, for the mechanisms of physics, for the mechanisms that we observe, and the actions that we observe on a biological scale, and on a chemical scale, and on a cosmological scale, and in physical experience, and in mental experience. You need an explanation for all of that if you want a fundamental theory, which is why this is a better definition than the current physics one, because it says a pattern that is everywhere and an explanation for such a pattern. And he says, Dave says, well, God is you don't need God to explain the laws of motion or to explain why things move, because we have physics to explain the laws of motion. No, Dave, no, that's not correct. You don't have motion to even explain without an initial mover. You don't. So there's no way around that. You can't say, oh, physics explains the laws of motion, therefore we have explained motion. No, you haven't. You have explained how things can move according to what we perceive currently, but you haven't explained why movement exists at all, any movement. You don't. And in fact, physics, if you limit our understanding of motion to physics, all motion is totally unexplainable. It's like, it is against what would be expected, because the laws of motion in physics, and the constraint of entropy that's built into the specific field that we call physics, and it's also, entropy is, you need an explanation for entropy, which a fundamental theory would be as well. And but entropy is a constraint in physics. I mean, most people, it's like one of the first things that academics tend to stress is like, you're not going to escape thermodynamics, and you're not going to escape entropy. And I mean, whether or not you do that is a different, you can't really do that in the, so I'm not disagreeing, but like, there are ways around it, but you need to have the right perspective on the world in order to even perceive that there are ways around it. But when I don't mean like, I've got the secret answer to, I don't know, unlimited energy or anything. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, life can continue to persist, and not even continue to persist, but grow against entropy because of sentience. Sentience is the structure that escapes entropy. It's the structure because it's the structure that's beyond entropy. God exists because he has to exist. God couldn't not exist. He can't think himself out of existence. He can't kill himself. He has always existed because existence is inevitably a singular structure, and existence always exists by definition. Language is a very good tool to construct models in order of things that are kind of more fundamental than physics, because they are what we use to describe things in physics. So this is the problem. It's like people who have the perspective that Dave has, they say, well, language is not as fundamental as physics because physics existed before language. Guess what? Not if sentience existed first. Language is just it's the symmetry. It's the structure that is formed. It's the symmetry structure that is formed when you're processing information and you see the relationship between things. It's the geometric structure, and it's just when we say language, people usually mean spoken words and written words, but what it really is that there is like this blockchain of information that's been built according to a certain symmetry structure. So this, like etymology, I think is the right word for it. Etymology. The study of the origin of words and the way in which their meanings have changed throughout history. Okay, fair enough. It's close to etymology, what I'm talking about. But if you take etymology of the word physics, denoting natural science in order to physique, the physical thing. Okay, but let's say, I don't know, the word etymology of what's a science word that everybody would think is like fundamental? A neutron, or close to fundamental, obviously quarks. But the word neutron comes from the Latin word neutralis, neuter, and the Greek suffix on. The suffix on likely comes from the Greek word ion, which means to go. The word neutron was first used in 1912 to describe the neutral part of an atom. So to go, to not go, to not, to be, to not, whereas proton is like to go, it's pro. But and then ion, I said, so proton, neutron is like that which is not moving in a certain in any specific direction. At least it's moving. If it's moving, it's like not in, it's spinning around itself, I guess, probably you would say, because it's not going forwards or backwards. It's just but it is to go. It's going, but it's not going forwards. That's what I guess you could say, like neutron means. That's more fundamental than physics. That it just is. And so this idea, but if you're looking at this from the framework of sentience, you're like, yeah, obviously, like I have to assume language is more fundamental than physics because they use language to come up with our physics. Neutron was a word that was invented in 1912 when we had a revolution in physics. But it was built on words that already existed. So which came first? But people who are in academia, they will say, no, actually, physics existed because we know that physics was going on before 1912. And so therefore, and before people even existed. So therefore, physics is more fundamental than language. And I understand why you would say that, but it's not, it is the incorrect way of making sense of the world. And it's also completely, it is also wrong if existence is sentient, because the sense-making context that is built, the symmetry structures that arise in the blockchain of information that we build in our minds which is this is what I'm talking about, is where, this word is built on these words and that word is built on this word. And you can't have this without this. That's blockchain, information blockchain, essentially. DNA is an information blockchain. Language is an information blockchain. Blockchain is an information blockchain. But that structure of a chain of blocks that are building on top of each other is a fundamental, it's the unavoidable and fundamental, I guess you could say unavoidable process of growth, all growth in everything, physically, chemically, linguistically, mathematically. It's like you can't have 3 even without having 2, and you can't have 2 without 1. It's even numbers themselves, like the fundamentality of numbers and the symmetry structures of numbers that actually are responsible for kind of the underlying definition of what is 3 versus 2, what is 5 versus 4. These have different symmetry structures. That is what's different about them. Their points of information that define them are different in number and therefore form a different structure. And that is all what language is too. You need the right terms in order to make sense of things that you can't perceive as in your current circumstances right in front of you. You just need language to build mental models, which means language is a model. And if a model is a theory, which it is according to Dave, then they all are the same thing apparently. And Chris Langan is right. You have to think, is my point. It's funny because in school, I just did not do well in school, except a couple years in college. I was very good at school, but because I actually did my homework for the first time and I was curious to push myself. You can watch my stream about Chris Langan, my first stream I did about Chris Langan's talk years ago, and I would talk about that a lot more. But I spent most of my scholastic years trying to figure out how to get out of messes that I had created for myself, academically, and also how to, get out of the classroom. And that is thinking way more so than you are thinking if you're just like writing down notes of like, okay, a singularity is at the center of a black hole. You don't, it destroys your ability to even think about what singularity means. And my dad was evidence of that. My dad is very intelligent, but his ability to even read a very simple sentence was destroyed by the physicists of the world today, by the teaching of physics, I will say, by the teaching of physics as it is currently taught today. It is horrible. It's so incredibly horrible. It's not even, it is an understatement to say it is horrible. It's literally destroying our ability to read some sentences coherently, because we now have a very odd idea that physics definition of singularity is more important than the linguistic etymology of it. And Dave did this again. He did exactly what my dad did with the term theory of everything. He says a theory of everything it's not this theory that is, it explains the patterns that we see and the reasons why we see the patterns. It is actually a framework that unifies quantum mechanics and general relativity, and that's it. Or it is actually a structure that unifies the 4 fundamental forces, and that's it. And if you don't know that, then you don't know what a theory of everything is. Before 1921, and the term neutron was invented, what would people think a theory of everything meant if they just you wrote it on a piece of paper and handed it to somebody and said, what would that mean? And they actually thought about it. Those words existed before physics had this definitional framework that is super isolated and and not fundamental, because the term everything existed, and the term theory existed, and the term of existed. So if you say, oh no, a theory of everything is not really, it's not a theory of everything. It's a theory that unifies quantum mechanics and general relativity. Idiot. Really? I want to be like, really? Idiot? But like, I'm not going to, I gotta like constrain myself a little bit. But it's important. Kindness and it's important because all of us, idiocy is a moment, not a person. And so sometimes I'm an idiot. Sometimes Dave's an idiot. Sometimes Chris Langan is an idiot. No, take that back. That's all wrong. That was a moment of idiocy of me. Sometimes I do things that are idiotic and say things that are idiotic. Sometimes Dave says things or does things that are idiotic, and sometimes Chris Langan does things and says things that are idiotic. All of us also sometimes say things and do things that are genius. Every genius, just like idiocy, is a moment, not a person. There's no this idea that, oh no, genius means that you have an IQ over 150. Because if you look up like, what is a genius? What is a genius? What qualifies as a genius? If you just are within the context of IQ, people say IQ of 120 would be described as above average or bright. The average score is 100. IQ that is considered genius is 140 or above. So according to this scale, I would be considered dumb genius. But that said, I think that both those terms are just nonsense. You can say above average because you can know what the average is, but there is these, what is the cutoff is arbitrary, and we just came up with it. You know, this person's a genius, but because they have 150, but if you have 120, sorry, bro, you're not a genius. Somebody once told me, they were like, a friend of mine, and they were like, dude, I got my IQ tested, and I'm like legitimately a genius. And I was like, I don't think that actually is like the best use of the term, because I don't think you're that different from somebody with like 5 points lower. And but genius is a moment. And how do you know that? Is because the etymology of the word existed. The term genius existed before IQ as a scale existed. And these arbitrary qualifiers or these arbitrary boxes of genius, bright, gifted, you know, super genius. These are, I'm not saying there isn't a reason for the partitioning in some circumstances. That said, it is not a fundamental structure. Just like I understand the reasoning for the partitioning of physics from, I don't know, chemistry, but that doesn't mean that they're not connected. Like that there is a coherence that you have to follow, and that coherence in our circumstances is basically the context of language, but language not as it is taught in schools based on siloed definitions that aren't the initial definition, but it is the true context would be following the etymology of a word, the original definition of it, not new associations. You only get that, you come to that understanding though when you like are actually trying to think about this on your own. I learned how to think way better than most of the people who I went to school with, almost all of them. And I say that humbly, like, which means honestly. Like humbleness isn't, oh, I'm not that great. That's like politician acting version of humbleness. It's given us a false context of the word humble, and then it's changed the word humble. But humility is like honesty with oneself about oneself. That would be like essentially a fundamental definition of humility. And if you are honestly the best in the world at something, if you're the fastest runner in the world and somebody was like, oh, dude, how does it feel to be the fastest runner in the world? And you're like, I'm not that fast, really. That's not a good thing to do. You're being dishonest. You should be like, be honest about how it feels. That's the humblest thing that you can do if you are actually the fastest man in the world. You have to, in order to be humble, you have to admit that you're the fastest man in the world. In the Bible, it's written in the Torah that it says Moses was the humblest man in the world. And you read that, and it's funny because the more you think about it, you realize like the story, at least the assumption is that Moses wrote that because Moses, they say God wrote the Torah, and I'm a theist, and that I understand what that means, and I would say that it is true, but it's Moses that transcribed it, and so that means that Moses wrote, I'm the humblest man. Moses referred to himself in the third person and wrote, Moses is the humblest man in the world. According to every single, I guess, example that we have in today's times of what would be a person expressing humility, that is violating of every single rule. Don't refer to yourself in the third person. Don't say that you are the best. That you are better than anyone else at anything. But once Dennis Prager said this, he said, how could it be true if the Torah comes from God and it's therefore true, then, and it's written in it that Moses is the humblest man in the world, and it was him that wrote it, and that seems to violate our current, expectations on humility, then how can all of that be coherent at the same time? And I thought about it, and I didn't have an exact answer. And then Dennis said, if it's true that he was the humblest man in the world, then it is humble to write it. And if God said, write this, and you wrote it down, and you're not taking, if he were to write, I am the humblest man in the world, he's taking credit for the Torah. Instead, he says Moses was the humblest man in the world, which basically also gives credit to God, because it's saying that basically somebody else is writing it that's not Moses. And you flip that a little bit, and all of a sudden it makes perfect sense that could be totally coherent. But outside of, you have to assume it's true for the sake of argument. You have to assume theism in order to understand theological contexts. You can't just be like, which God? Every single theological tradition that eventually has the claim that there is an initial one sentient being that's self-aware is a quote-unquote monotheistic tradition, and they are all talking about the same God. They might focus on different aspects of him. They probably would. Otherwise, why would God make multiple different theological traditions? Why would he make multiple different languages? Or why would that emerge, I would say, even. I don't even want to say God, why would God create? But I mean, maybe it applies to like theological traditions because the assumption is that they're more directly inspired. But even why would we have different words for essentially the same structure? It's like, why would we have the word intelligence and or intelligent and mind and conscious and sentient when they're all talking about the same thing, which is a being? Only a being can be intelligent. Only a being can be sentient. Only a being can be conscious. Only a being, is what was the other term? Intelligent, sentient, conscious. There was one more, but regardless, like, why do we have these different words? They're describing the same thing. Dave says, "Oh, why we wouldn't have these different words if they're talking about the same thing?" Yes, we would, especially if they're looking at the same thing from a different perspective. The term intelligent is focused on a different aspect, a little bit, of or a more specific aspect of the structure that is called mind, you could call it, or being. And conscious is focused on a different aspect of it. It doesn't mean it's not talking about the same structure, but you can't even come to that conclusion very easily if you don't assume that sentience is the primary structure of existence, because you don't believe that there's a primary structure of existence actually. And if you don't believe that it's sentience, because there is no like, what would you say? You would say, well, the primary structure of existence is computation. That's what you would say. Or you'd say it's energy, or you would say it's matter, or you would say it's time, or you would say it is math or information. And none of that tells you enough. Where did that come from? Why, you can't say, well, we understand what matter is now because, the universe is computation. Where did the computation come from? Like, you're not moving forward. You are changing your perspective on the same thing, and there is value in that, because eventually if you change your perspective, now you've observed all the sides of it, and maybe then you have an epiphany. But until that epiphany happens, you haven't actually added a new level of understanding. But if you don't believe that it's sentience that's at the root of all this, you can't believe it's a single thing that is at the core of reality. Because you would already say, well, existence is the end all be all of existence. Okay, maybe that's true, but doesn't tell you anything either. People say, well, the universe, that doesn't tell you anything. What is the universe? And people get nowhere with that question. What is the universe? Why? Because it's the wrong question. The right question is, if the universe is defined as that all that is, then the right question is, who is the universe? Not what is the universe. The answer of what is the universe is the answer is the universe, but it doesn't tell you anything. But it does. There's a hint there that's interesting of it's a super self-referential structure that tells you something about its structure, which does hint at its nature of being self-referential. Eventually you get self-aware if you're entirely self-referential. You can't really get more self-referential than being self-aware. But it doesn't actually spell it out in a way that you would understand it intrinsically, because of how you understand the world and how you understand existence internally, which is sentience, feeling. Descartes said, I think, therefore I am. Is he wrong? No. But is there a more fundamental way to actually say that? Yeah. It's, I feel, therefore I am. That which thinks is that which feels. Nothing thinks and doesn't feel, and nothing feels and doesn't think. But there is, because of the context of our language, feeling is something that is understood very, very internally by us as uniquely sentient, whereas thinking is understood in this academic, intellectual way that is of it's information processing and sense making. Who's making sense, but for some reason we can be well, ChatGPT is intelligent in some way. It's no, you are intelligent, and it's the extension of you at this point. You're adding the intelligence in to this tool. So you need God. You need an initial structure that is coherent in its nature with what you experience and know most fundamentally as the nature of your existence, which is the nature of existence as you understand it most truly, and also is consistent with logic, which leads you to existence is all that exists, so it is one. And you need a being to choose to move things, or else things don't move. That's what physics says, right? Like action, reaction. There is no reaction without action. You need an actor. And to say, oh, physics, we can understand, we can explain movement with physics. No, you can explain how that thing could move, but you will not explain why movement exists everywhere that movement exists without God. And which you can observe this kind of like in your own life to some degree, is like, go take something and set it down in a room and close the door and leave it there and have nobody touch it ever and see what happens. There will be things that happen to it, like, you know, it's going to degrade to some degree, but, and that's the reasons for that is that there's sentience structures taking actions there. But I'm talking about just in the context of that room. Is it ever going to move? No, it's not. And this is, as far as you can see on your level of experience, or of perception, that everything that moves is acted on. And sometimes it seems to be acted on by forces beyond your perception, but everything within your perception that moves and is caused by something that you can perceive within your level of perception is due to a being. Like, it is. I mean, people will make all kinds of arguments that won't make sense. If you actually go fundamental enough, they'll be like, you know, volcanoes erupt and nobody did that, but they're not looking at it in the right way. You need to look at it, at sentience, as a structure that exists in this, as this stacked periodic pattern of a common structure that exists on multiple scales, and that is this active and reactive, both active and reactive, self-referential holonic structure, which is like an atom, a cell, a molecule, a biological organism. You know, these are things that are probably all sentient, and we just aren't looking at for the right things. You're not going to be able to tell whether or not an atom or hadron is sentient if you've already defined, or you won't be able to tell if it's alive if you've already defined life as cellular. You know, you've just destroyed it. Simply, I am. Yeah, exactly. I am, then I am. I am sentience. Initially, inevitably, eternally, entirely. Dang, that was good. I've got to write that down. Initially, eternally, entirely, and initially, internally, entirely, and inevitably. Dang, that's like omnipresent, omnipotent. It's that kind of thing, but it's like even, I don't know, it's almost like, I like it more. But sentient singularity theory would say that there would be four of them, those words to get like a complete view, because of the four primary perspectives of inside, outside, separate, and oneness. That's why you see four fundamental forces in physics too, and four chord songs, and as you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, complete. 1, 2, 3, 4, complete. 1, 2, 3, 4, complete. It's like, why do cars have four wheels? Because any additional ones after that don't actually add to its stability. But any below 4, you are removing of its stability. So it's like you get complete support at this number 4 due to this symmetry structure that's formed of it. It's a fascinating thing. And you have to really like be willing to look at this stuff deeply to see things like that. You can't be like Dave normally acts with a lot of the stuff and be like, 4 has no actual value that is philosophical, and it cannot represent completeness. That's numerology and that's nonsense. And 4 is just the 4 singular units added up. Obviously that's true, but that it's 4 singular units added up. But it is also inevitably true that if existence is sentient, that information informs, then quantity is going to be tied to certain meanings too. I'm not saying you should go in numerological websites and look up your birthday or anything like that. I don't do that, but I'm just saying it's inevitable that numbers have more meaning to them than is currently assumed. But it was always assumed to be the case until like 50 years ago. And because we of our education system, it just siloed everything and it destroyed everything. It really did. I mean, that doesn't mean you can't make progress on certain things, but like you can't connect the dots, which means you can't be wise. Like you cannot actually have understanding if you're not somebody that's connecting the dots. You're just somebody who's memorizing the dots. Okay. Okay, here. Again, another instance. I'm trying not to become a chicken with its head cut off, but like it's also just kind of entertaining and interesting to like see the common pattern that we're perceiving in this. This is like the theory of every academic tonight, and which is that like, but when I say that, I don't mean everyone in academia. I mean everyone who is just idol worshipping of the establishment narrative always, which is like Dave, Dave appears to be. I don't want to say he is. Trying to not assume his internal state, but I'm also trying to take him at his word. And sometimes that means that I have to assume an internal state that is like that he has no idea what's going on. But here.
That quantum is called an identity operator. God is the identity. So obviously these little quanta, they have to be, they're doing things, they're processing, so we can call them operators, right?
No, we can't. An operator is a function. It's a mathematical structure. It's not a physical entity like whatever quantum he's making up. Photons, electrons, these are quanta. Functions are not quanta.
They're identity operators, okay? The identity operator has, basically it takes input from the outside world, recognizes it or accepts it using syntax, processes it, and then returns it to the world as external state.
That's adorable speculation. Got any evidence for the existence of this thing you made up? I asked because the evidence for the existence of photons and electrons is quite convincing. You know, since light and matter exist, and we do lots of things with them based on our understanding of them. What are you working with here?
Okay.
My God. Like, it's just so sad. It really is. I'm not just saying that. Like, it means he's not even thinking about the possibility that he could figure this out himself. If somebody says an operator takes actions and takes inputs and then spits them out and you know, as outputs, the term operator existed before its definition within mathematics. And you could say, oh, well, no, it's an operator is this. It's it's, I don't know if he said it's not a function or it is a function. It doesn't matter because it's so ridiculously dogmatic that and disconnected that it only makes sense within the framework that he's been taught in school, and that's it. He doesn't even think about the word operator. What does it mean to be an operator? Guess what? In the military, they call special forces guys operators. Is he going to go up to them and be like, oh, actually, you're not an operator. An operator is a function in mathematics. No, because both of those can be true. But what does the word operator mean? That is what Chris is getting at. You don't even think about it. Operator. And it's not even that he's not thinking about it necessarily. He isn't thinking about it. He's just remembering that math is considered fundamental to everything else. So therefore, the definitions in math are fundamental to everything else. That's not true at all. Those definitions wouldn't even exist without words and language and the etymology of the words. So operator, definition, or etymology. Let's say definition. Definition, operator. A machinist, a mechanic, an operative, an engineer, a driver, a worker, anyone who does something and takes actions. That's what Chris Langan said. And this is exactly what is the definition when you look it up. What does it mean when somebody is an operator? An operator is a person or someone, you can say, who is operating or controlling a machine, essentially. That's also a little, it's not completely fundamental, but what do you mean the term operator? A person who controls something. That's what it means. Operator, definition, meaning. Operates a business, operates a machine or device. One who performs surgical operations. One who deals in stocks and commodities. One who is a special forces soldier. Something, and especially a symbol that denotes and performs a mathematical or logical operation, which is exactly what Chris Langan described. He described what an operation is. It's information in and transformed and out. That's what it is. So an identity operator, something that has identity, which means sense of self, meaning it is sentient, it is someone. It's not just something, it's someone. We're talking about someone who is taking actions. An identity operator is someone who is acting. That's what it is. And you can think about it. You don't need to go to school to think about it at all. In fact, to go to school would probably make it harder for you to think about it, because you would be wasting your time sitting at a desk memorizing things, or else, you don't get good grades, and then they threaten you with empty threats, and you have anxiety and trauma from when you were a kid in school. And that's what you're doing, instead of being like, to operate. This, I know it's used here and here and here and here and here. What's the common thing that's happening? Oh yeah, actions are being taken. Inputs are coming in and outputs are going out, and it's someone who's doing it. That's the common thing. But if you just restrict it to math, and you assume that math is fundamental to everything, and therefore the terminology that we use for mathematics is fundamental to everything, then the term operator popped into existence out of nowhere to describe just one thing in math that is apparently the only instance in which this definition is not linked to a someone, because it's really a forest through the trees problem, because you're doing the math, but it's not like you're observing an operator operating a train. It's like you're the operator in mathematics. You are actually the operator. So while there's a symbolic, there's a symbol for it, and it's, it denotes or performs a mathematical or logical operation. Here's the reality. There is no symbol that performs a mathematical operation. There is no equation that performs a mathematical operation on its own, because an equation is written. And you can say, no, our equations are descriptions of that which is already happening. But if existence is fundamentally sentient, then an operator is operating and causing things to happen, and then you're using math to describe that which is being done by someone. So it's like, but you can't get there if you assume that math is more fundamental than sentience. You can't get there linguistically, you can't get there conceptually, you can't get there logically, you can't get there mentally, because you're almost denying of your own mind. It's like you're saying that math exists beyond, like mathematical definitions and mathematical operations exist beyond someone doing them. which you've never seen, because every time you've seen math and done, it's been done by you or done by someone else. And it's just our perspective on the world is entirely wrong. I talked about this in my discussion with about Chris Langan, the first stream I did. I had my IQ measured in college, and I was able to do so well in school when I did my homework. I was the top student in every single one of my classes. I went from being the bottom student to being the top. I had, and I'm not exaggerating at all. And I'm not gloating either. I'm just for context of this. I had an F in my business statistics class, and I went up to the teacher, the professor, before the final, and I was like, I'm actually not an idiot. What are the is it possible for me to study and figure this out and before the final, do you think? I was just asking for his opinion. And he laughed at me and said, no, every single semester people come up to me and ask me that exact question. You will not be able to learn the entire semester before the final and actually pass. And I didn't just need to pass. I had such a low grade. I needed a 98% on the test in order to pass the class. Not get a good grade in the class, to pass the class. That's how low my F was. And I took it as a challenge. I laid out my entire schedule of how I was going to learn and study each of the chapters that were going to be on the test, because he had told me, you're not going to be able to memorize it. You have to understand the concepts or else you're not going to get it, because I'm going to change all the language. And I was like, dang, okay, I believe you. And so I'm gonna do it, give it really my all. And I needed to pass this class to get into my program. This would have set me back a year in college if I didn't pass this. That's why I put so much effort in. And I learned it the entire semester in 3 days. I took the test. It was 50 questions. I missed one, which is a 98%. I got exactly the grade that I needed. And it was such a hard test that it was graded on a curve every single year. And after the curve, I got 112%. I got the second highest grade in the entire business college. And I understood it probably better than almost anyone, than maybe anyone. The only person who might have understood it better than me is the teacher and the person who got 100%. And that's because I taught it to myself, not because I memorized the words. I would not have gotten that high grade if I was actually paying attention in class and didn't actually have to sit there and really study to understand these concepts. And so I know the power of like personal teaching. It is the only way to learn, is to learn things yourself. You cannot be taught how to learn. Even you can be told it, and then you can see the logic in it, but you have to like practice it. It's an active process. Like to learning is a skill. It's not something that you can be really good at if you have a high IQ and really bad at you have a low IQ. You can be very good learner with a low IQ and a very bad learner with a high IQ. Look at Dave. Just kidding. Well, not really. I'm not kidding at all. But I'm also, I feel mean saying that, but I'm not joking. It would be wrong of me at this point to say that I was joking, because that's not true. But if you're saying an operator isn't, when there's an action that takes place, an input comes in and an output goes out, and it's usually someone who does this, and you say that's not what it is. It's this definition in math of the structure in which this is actually being done exactly, if you include yourself in it. And you don't see that, and you don't even realize that like the word operator existed prior to its use in mathematics, then you are a bad learner. And that's not probably his fault. It's not his fault, actually. Like, at least I'm not blaming him. It is the schools. You can't learn how to think if you are forced to sit in a chair all the time. You learn how to think when you skip and ditch class, and then you end up in a real pickle, and then you have to figure out a way to get out of it, and you will have to practice learning really, really, truly. So, it's the schools. I'm not blaming Dave. Obviously we all have some responsibility for the things that we do, but and how we act. But at the same time, Dave is guilty of exactly what my dad was a victim of, and my dad doesn't go on and try and debunk everybody on the internet, and but he couldn't see past the term singularity, even though if he had never heard the term singularity from physicists and as existing, beyond his understanding, and also beyond his own understanding of his own existence, then you would just take their word for it. And that's what people do. I do it too. I don't know when I do it, because if I did, then I wouldn't do it. But I've definitely gotten better at not doing it than most people. But it took a lot of work to do that. And it does take a lot of work to do that. Thinking takes practice. It does. And you cannot practice it in school. You don't have the time. You're sitting doing the opposite of thinking. You can't think and record, what somebody's saying at the same time. Not very well. This is another interesting thing that's just due to a miscontextualization of things.
It's funny that you mentioned aliens and demons in the same breath, because I don't particularly believe in aliens. I mean, what do I know? There are a lot of things I don't know about. But I certainly believe that demons exist. I'm pretty confident that demons exist. I'm less confident that aliens exist.
Life elsewhere in the universe? Impossible. Baseless supernatural superstitions? Let's go. Mike is so proud to be so stupid.
And he has written ghost stories and things. And at dinner parties, he'll say,
let me recontextualize things for you a little bit. But if you watch my discussion about Chris Langan that I did, my first one, I said my whole point when I was getting at how I was doing well in school. When I was doing very well in school, I had no intellectual challenges. It was at all. And I was, other than that, after I had done that one thing where I taught myself an entire semester in 3 days, after that, I continued to do well, and I just did by doing my homework and going to study sessions and actually staying up and thinking about this stuff. And I wanted to challenge myself, and I came across Chris Langan because I was researching IQ, and I listened to what he said, described about the TMU and stuff, and it sounded like utter nonsense to me. I didn't understand it at all, but I assumed that he did, and it actually made me really frustrated and made me feel like a moron. And then I had a theological epiphany after college, and I remembered that there was a guy with the theory of everything talking about math and God, and I was like, I'm going to go and listen to what he has to say again, and I bet you all understand it. I went back and I listened to what he had to say, and the first thing I heard was cognitive theoretic model of the universe, and I was like, cognitive mind, theoretic model of the universe. It makes perfect sense. The universe is essentially a mind. And I didn't even have to study. I'd never once read this book, and I have come to very similar conclusions of Chris Langan. My IQ is not as high. Perspective matters. So let's recontextualize and change our perspective on the aliens question. I don't know if there's beings that are from other planets and other solar systems. I don't even know if we truly understand what that means when we perceive these things, we make assumptions about what they are, and maybe they are that, but maybe they're only that when we are perceiving them too, but regardless, Dave says, Michael Knowles has blind belief in nonsense, and that he basically says it sarcastically of how crazy would it be to believe in life elsewhere in the universe? Well, maybe it's kind of a baseless belief, because if you look out and you use telescopes and you look for life, and everywhere you don't find it, anywhere but Earth, you find no. And by the way, again, this is probably partially a issue of, it's a definitely contextual problem in cosmology, but it's also a definitional problem when it comes to the term life. But let's just assume the current academic narrative is true, and that we're just on this rock, and like there's other rocks out there, and life is, by life we mean multicellular life or single cellular life even, and we assume that, you know, that because we can observe what cellular life needs here on Earth, we kind of know what it needs. So of course it would exist out there, right? Because somewhere out there in those billions and billions, if not trillions and trillions of planets and solar systems, there's got to be a place that is close enough to our conditions. And so why wouldn't there be life there, right? Well, if that were how it worked, and Earth has the correct conditions to have life exist, how come every cellular life form and multicellular life form on Earth seems to share a common origin? What I'm saying is, if Earth is perfect for life, why hasn't life evolved multiple times? Puddles still exist. Like, why isn't life spawning from the dirt? It only comes from other life. Like, that all seems to point to a common origin. There's no evidence, even on Earth, that there is multiple instances of life, of cellular life, coming to be. In fact, there is the opposite. There is evidence that all cellular life had a singular origin, and that there are no lines of cellular life that are separate from the tree that we're part of. That is obvious evidence that this is not just a matter of puddle meets lightning meets time. And obviously I'm kind of, exaggerating there a bit, but maybe not. They don't know, they're just assuming that would be the case because water is necessary, and there's tons of different molecules in a puddle with mud in it, and then you need some type of mover, some type of action to push things to get them moving, and so they just say lightning. And a lot of times, or they'll say maybe it emerged at hydrothermal vents. It's like, maybe it did. That's not the point. The point is there's lightning everywhere and puddles everywhere. So if it was puddles and lightning, why isn't life spawning from the dirt multiple times? If it was hydrothermal vents, why isn't life spawning from multiple different hydrothermal vents and not and forming two different trees that don't share a common origin when you look at their DNA blockchain history? Because there's no evidence, and no, not even no evidence. There's no evidence that life has manifested, cellular life has manifested more than one time, even in the place that we assume to have all the right conditions. That is interesting. People look at this and they say, well, life is here, so why wouldn't it be out there? No. That's the wrong perspective. The right perspective is, if Earth is perfect for life and it's just a matter of time and conditions, and we have the right conditions, how come it's never emerged in any other instances? Because it's certainly been long enough. If time is of the essence here, because we're here. So it's certainly been long enough of these conditions being present. Why aren't there multiple different trees of cellular life on this planet? I don't have the answer, but I will say that is evidence that it's not just a matter of numbers and probability and conditions. We have evidence against that as all that's necessary. But that's assumed by Dave because he's looking at it wrong. He's looking at it saying we exist, And there's other rocks out there, and eventually you'll find many of them, enough of them with the same conditions, and it's that have, you know, been, and that has had those, and that where those conditions have existed, you know, for a long enough amount of time to have the right reactions take place in order for life to have formed. That goes against the evidence that we see here, actually. Isn't that interesting that, like, and I used to be like Dave. I used to be like, of course, the universe is so big, of like, it's inevitable that there's life out there. And that's not the right way to look at it. If that were the, if there were multiple trees of life, trees of cellular life that were independently, that were independent of each other on Earth, then it would be then it would be correct to be like, yeah, it's a matter of conditions and you know, probability maybe. Or you could use probability to assume that that there would be enough places out there with the right conditions that there would be that there would be life out there. But that's the wrong focal point to look at things through. And I was wrong. I'm admitting I was wrong for most of my life. So I'm not saying Dave's an idiot, because if Dave's an idiot, then I was an idiot. No one is an idiot. Idiocy is a moment of nonsensical, of assuming nonsense to be sensible. That's what idiocy is, essentially. And I've had plenty of those. I will have more. And Dave is having one when he's saying this. And it's due to him having the wrong perspective. I changed my perspective on the fundamentality of sentience, and all of a sudden I understood Chris Langan's theory. I didn't even need to have a 200 IQ, and I didn't even need to read his work. Just to change the perspective. You can go from, yeah, it seems inevitable that there's life out there too. Wow, there's evidence. It seemed all the evidence we have actually seems to suggest that there might not be. That's it just by changing your perspective of how you are prioritizing the information that you know. We know there's life here. We know that all life is connected. We know there's life here. We assume that all life is related to each other. I'm assuming that. I haven't done the DNA tests, but I'm assuming that for the sake of argument. And I think that it, you know, probably would make sense. It's consistent with my work as well. And it's not inconsistent with the theism either. It's just not. If you had take things, it's not. Everything has, if in theism, which you don't even need to say monotheism, there's no polytheism. That destroys the definition of God. It changes the definition to any being that is more powerful than you. That's not what the definition of God is. You know, like there could be beings more powerful than us, but that wouldn't make them God. God is sentient existence, eternal, inevitable, all-encompassing, you know, sentient existence. That's God. And it is intrinsically, inevitably, eternally one, which means there's one God. So like, you don't even need to say monotheism, just say theism. And, but that implies a singular origin. And, you know, that structure is the structure of creation. So you would see it again and again and again. All birds came from one bird. You know, at some point there was some animal that, you know, eventually had feathers, and then that line continued and then branched into a bunch of different animals that have feathers, and we call them birds. It didn't, a parakeet and a hawk did not have, you know, a separate ancestor line and develop feathers independently. Most likely it appears that way. At least we assume that to be the case, which is interesting because there is like other instances in evolution that kind of suggest that that might not be exactly the case, and that maybe just like the DNA that we observe is actually it would still have the same. It would still look like it was all connected even if it wasn't, because the patterns would be consistent in order to produce the similar result. But still, like, that's a different discussion. And but that would go very much against the narrative of academia. But you know, it's funny because they study spitting cobras, and spitting cobras genetically, there's 3 different lines of what we call spitting cobras that seem to independently have developed the ability to spit venom from and there's a lot of different theories as to why. The main one is that humans caused it. Basically, it's a defense that evolved specifically against humans, and it makes sense given the timeline, or you could say bipedal hominids. The evolution of the bipedal tribal hominid, humans. That's what that is. You know, you could say, no, it's not humans. Humans is not Homo erectus, it's Homo sapien. That's humans. You're drawing those lines. Nature doesn't draw those lines. And I don't even know if God draws those lines. You are. That's much more of a gray zone between those things than would probably be assumed, or at least something, you know, similar to like a Neanderthal versus Homo sapiens. Like, these are 2 subspecies of humans, you could call them. That's much more accurate probably than saying they're 2 different species. They weren't different species. They were both human. Not one of them's human, one of them's not. But this behavior and this ability, physical ability, evolves 3 times independently. That's kind of fascinating. It's a little different in each one of them too, but it's close enough. And that has some weird implications about like evolution. I mean, it's convergent evolution is what it's called, but you know, maybe convergent evolution. My point is maybe convergent evolution occurs on certainly convergent evolution occurs beyond just the cellular, multicellular levels of being. It would occur also on the molecular and the atomic scales as well, and also the scales beyond us, like national, tribal scales. And you see this even when you study humans, and we'll talk about this, but like there were predictions that my theory predicted about like different like things about how society would develop, and different types of people with different traits regarding disagreeability and things like that would evolve in different societies. And you can see that. And I predicted that it would exist in other eusocial species as well, and this exists, but we'll get into that in another stream. There's no way I'm going to get into that now. It's just going to take too long. But if fundamental theory would be applicable to that kind of thing, it should explain, you know, disperser mole rats. If you know what that is, you can look it up. And it would explain, you know, why spitting cobras could evolve the same defensive mechanism independently 3 times. But I'm not saying that I have the answer, but a framework that is fundamental would give additional context to all of those things. It would explain, whatever we end up doing with Bitcoin, because it would explain the logic of information exchanges, which is, guess what? The inevitability of money is a blockchain. I can say that. I don't know about Bitcoin, but like the inevitability of all information, including the entire internet, is a blockchain. DNA is a blockchain. Numbers are a blockchain. Language is a blockchain. Everything is blockchain eventually. So, but a theory that's fundamental would explain why is it a blockchain, and the answer is essentially what Stephen Wolfram talks about with what's called computational irreducibility. But why computational irreducibility? Here.
Strikes me that there's really something to that. Roger Scruton, the late conservative philosopher, he said that the job of the conservative intellectual is to articulate things that the common man knows intuitively.
That's right.
In other words, conservative so-called intellectuals take the delusions and prejudices of idiots and artificially intellectualize them in order to validate and manipulate those people. The Daily Wire, everyone.
You don't have the key to the clubhouse, you're not getting in, okay? They won't even talk to you.
Yeah.
No.
I'm hesitant to even comment on what he just said. There's so much wrong with it. I'm not saying, like, obviously he's assuming a lot of motive there, and maybe there are instances in which that exists, and that is where he's focused on. But like, the only thing that's worthy of really diving into with that clip is that he clearly didn't actually address what they had said, and I think it's worth addressing. And I was going to talk about this other stream tonight, which there was, and we'll talk about it another night, but there's a speaker, the person who's in the stream is talking about philosophy, and I forgot who it was. And he said that philosophy has halted for quite some time. Like, it has not made any progress, similar to what people are saying now about physics. And he said it was like over 100 years ago, probably, since philosophy had made was actually being done. Now he said that people just focus on what other philosophers have said and done instead of actually philosophizing forwards. And he's right. And people mocked me when they were like, when I said I was good at philosophy, and they were like, or they said, okay, well, do you know Aristotle? And I was like, dude, I don't read those people very much, honestly. And I have read some of it in school, and I forgot it all. But that does not, you're not a philosopher because you read another philosopher. You are a philosopher because you philosophize. And, anybody that mocks that kind of answer is somebody who doesn't do things on their own in that related to that topic. They probably don't want to feel, I'm ascribing motive, but like, I don't know. I don't want to even say that, but they definitely don't think about it as something that they engage with themselves. Like, they don't think they can figure things out. Like, they think that to be a philosopher nowadays is to have a PhD in philosophy, and that means that you actually just go and read other philosophers. How could you ever be a philosopher if you don't read Aristotle? By philosophizing. That's how you can be a philosopher. But my philosophy class in college that was my best class I've ever taken. I was the top student, and I didn't care about it at the time, and now I love it. And after I graduated and I realized I had a love for philosophy outside of college, I realized I had a talent for it in college, but I didn't. I just had to take that class. And my philosophy teacher wrote me a letter that was like scathing and like saying I didn't value it. And then I had gotten the highest grade. And, but I didn't value it. He was right at the time. But philosophy is the study of perspective. It's not the study of Aristotle's perspective. It's the study of perspective itself. So, but this is like where David is at with mostly all of this stuff. And that's why he's having these types of answers where somebody says the job of the philosopher is to actually like make sense of the world. And he says that he just kind of mocks it, because of, I don't know, his own issues with the term conservative, probably, or what pops into his head when he hears the term conservative. But that aside, like, it's still, the point is that I don't really like what Michael Knowles said because of this, but he should have just said the job of the true philosopher is to articulate the things and explain the things that are like super obvious, the things that are obvious every time you recognize them, but are always ever present, and so therefore often overlooked. You don't need to say, I needed some chapstick. You don't need to say the conservative philosopher, but the true philosopher. The job of the true philosopher is to articulate that which is true and also, often obvious once it is recognized. And that in an applicable way. Like my original point was that this other stream that we're going to talk about, they said philosophers used to actually make progress and come up with like tools that help people understand the world and themselves and their place in it and their purpose and their, what actions to take in life. They came up with mental technologies and informational contexts that allow for you to orient. And now they don't. Now it's just like nonsense. I was on this call on a Discord server a while back with like Eric Weinstein and a bunch and Tim Nguyen, and like listening to, we were all talking about physics, and Dave actually did a stream about where he had Tim on, where he's the one that wrote a paper that apparently argued against geometric unity. I would argue that I don't know if he understands even what a lot of these terms are. Even though I know, you can have a PhD in gauge theory, that doesn't mean that like you understand even what the term operator means. If you have a PhD in gauge theory, if you say an operator is a mathematical operation, that's what it is. It's a function. It's like, no, operator means like an action is being taken place. So, but they were going back and forth, and then after they left, and people, the conversation was dying down, there was this philosophy professor that was on there still, and somebody asked a question about Marxism, and the guy was like, well, what people don't understand is that there's actually 3 Marxes. There's not 1 Marx, there's 3 Marx. And he just went on and on and on and on. And I asked him, I just stopped him. It was just like the most just ridiculous, almost like example, or exaggerated example, extreme example, that's the right term, extreme example of what is gone wrong with academia and the education system. And I stopped him and I was like, what is the definition of philosophy in 1 sentence? And he said back to me, if I could define philosophy in 1 sentence, or even then it wouldn't be philosophy. And I was like, well, what about 1 paragraph? And he wouldn't do it. And when I first started took my first philosophy class, my professor said it is the study of perspective. And I think that that's probably the most accurate definition today. The old definition of philosophy, which follows the etymology, which is that, it is the love of wisdom. No one who is an atheist understands what that means. No one. You cannot understand that statement and be an atheist. You have to be a theist. And most people who know that the definition of philosophy even is the love of wisdom, at least historically, according to the original etymology of the term, those people most of them are probably atheists or anti-theists, really, but call themselves atheists. That means most people that know that are able to tell you the definition, the original definition, or and the etymology of the term philosophy, don't actually have any understanding of what it would mean to love wisdom. You love someone, not something. You like things, you don't love them. Love is an action that you take for someone. That's what love means. It changed its definition, I think, because of movies and books. I have a theory about it, that you needed to show that people cared about each other, and you only had like an hour and a half to do it, and you couldn't show 10 years of doing things for each other, even when you when it was difficult and when you didn't, like being around each other, you still like took care of each other when you're sick. It's like, you don't need to say I love you when you're taking care of someone else when you're sick, especially if you're mad at each other and you're still doing it. That's love. I know, because I have a child and wife and I love them. And in my wedding, it was live streamed on this channel. You can watch it. And in my vows, I say, I promise to love you even in the very rare moments that I don't like you. How can you love someone in the even when you don't like them, if it's just a feeling of that you have about that person? You can't. It's an action, and you can't love something as an action, really. Like, you can, to take care of something that you value is not someone, but something that you value is actually, you could say it's self-love, but it's not loving of your car because you wax it, It's like you're loving yourself because you like your car and you're taking care of it, which means you're taking care of you. It's love is an action, and it's changed its definition. And it's thrown us all off. So you can't even understand the term to love wisdom. We don't even know what love means anymore, because its actual meaning was siloed, was disconnected from its original meaning, and because we needed a term to show people that they, in a brief moment of time, that these people had deep feelings for each other and that were like of commitment. Even it's funny because like we place so much emphasis in our dating of like, did you say I love you first, or did she say it first? And what if you say it and they don't say it? And it's just like this whole thing, and it's just so much trauma that everybody has unnecessarily. You don't love someone, really. Like, you can't claim to love someone and have it mean like love as in like spousal love or something until you get married, because you haven't actually committed to them. So you could say I love you, and it makes somebody feel really good in the moment, but then it's like 2 months later you can, leave, and you never actually committed. So it's like the whole situation is, I'm with you until I get bored or until we don't like each other anymore, and then we're leaving. You can't actually have love in that circumstance for another person, because you're only in it for you. Otherwise, like, you would commit. But you don't, and you stay together only when it's convenient, or, in general, convenient enough and enjoyable enough. I'll say that. It's like, that isn't love. Seems like a rant, but it's not. We can't even understand the term love of wisdom, which means we can't know what philosophy is if we don't know what love is. But you can know that philosophy means love of wisdom, and you can say it, and that doesn't mean that you know what it means. This is Dave's problem with a lot of things. It's everybody's problem with some things. It's Dave's problem with a lot. And it's a lot of people's problems with a lot. And it all comes from school and media. Like, you didn't need to say I love you 1,000 years ago to each other, to your spouse. You didn't. Probably never said it, really. They just knew, by you're affectionate with your actions. You take care of me when we're sick. We get in fights, but we still take care of each other. It's like, this is all love. And we needed a way to insert it into these uncommitted, like, trial relationships. And it doesn't fit there. It can't fit there. So given that existence is sentient, and that's the context, what does it mean to love wisdom? Well, it means to love that which, it means to pursue and love and support that which is wise, and which really means to support and love and pursue the one who's wise, because there is no wisdom outside of a sentient being. Sentient beings are wise. There's no wisdom outside of sentient beings. So you're really loving God. That is what it means. That's what philosophy means. And that is not what it means today. But that's what the etymology means in the context in which it was evolved, because that word arose in the context of theism. It wasn't an atheistical academic society at that point. It was a theistic society. It's never been an anti-theist or an atheistic society, really, I don't think, until like 100 years ago. Even academia was like all theistic. That's the context of philosophy, of the term philosophy. And anybody can do that. Today, how it's used, the best definition is the study of perspective. It's the study, which kind of means the attempt to understand someone. Because only people or only beings have perspectives, and beings are someone's. Philosophy means like this, the attempt to understand someone and someone's perspective, which is similar enough to like loving the wise one. I don't think Dave would be able to tell you anything about that, anything like that about philosophy. Anything. He would tell you all these things about Aristotle, Socrates. I didn't know. Dave taught me in his last stream, at least if I'm taking him at his word for it, that Socrates never wrote anything down. I didn't know that. And I learned that from Dave. But do I know that even after Dave told me? No. Guess what? Dave doesn't even know. He thinks he knows, and he might be right. He probably is. But he probably heard it from somebody else who said that Socrates never wrote anything down. He probably never actually looked all over for like a bit of writing by Socrates. He's probably just heard somebody else say, yeah, don't look. It doesn't, Socrates never wrote anything down. And he was like, okay. Do you know that Socrates never wrote anything down? No. You think you do. Probably correct. I'm gonna assume it's correct, but I also know that I don't know it. Does Dave know that he doesn't know it? Probably not, but I don't know. Probably not, because he doesn't say that he knows it, and we have to take people at what they say. If they say, "I know that Socrates didn't write anything down," and if you studied, and he says this about Chris Langan, he's like, if he studied any philosophy, he would know that Socrates didn't write anything down. If he didn't know Socrates didn't write anything down, then he clearly also didn't study Aristotle. He says all of this. I was going to show the clip. You don't even know what philosophy means, probably, Dave. And you need context in order to know what philosophy means, and he's missing all the context. He's missing the context of thinking about what was the narrative, the mainstream narrative, when the word was initially created. And he's missing probably the context of what it means, what love means. But I'm not saying he doesn't know what love means intuitively. I mean, I think he's married. And like, if you're married, then you kind of do know what love means. It doesn't, but that doesn't mean if somebody asked you to define love, you would define it properly. But it does mean that you have felt love and you have loved if you get married. And he is married, which means like he's loved, of course. Like, that's just a serious action of love. But yeah, that doesn't mean that you can put these pieces together. Context is information. You miss the context, you lose the information. When you take people out of the real world to explain, to try and teach them about the real world, you've destroyed the context. You've taken them out of the context of the real world. They cannot learn about the real world anymore. It's a huge problem. Like, look, it's this. If this stream has done anything, and showed you anything, I hope that what it shows is that every time that we go and we are looking at one of these clips, and I'm dissecting what is going on here and why he's not actually explaining anything or debunking anything, that it's the same problem every time. It's that the context he's not looking at a totally connected context chain. And so you can't even know what an operator is. He doesn't know what an operator is. I guarantee you he would say, I don't know what an operator is. But he said, just like he said that Chris Langan doesn't know what an operator is, even though Chris Langan said exactly what an operator is. If you actually look and try and figure out what is happening in an operation, even a mathematical operation, especially if you take yourself into account as part of the mathematical operation, which you have to do. You can't do that. You can't make sense of it without that. Please hit the like button if you are finding this valuable. I appreciate everybody who is on here. I know it's late and it's before Thanksgiving. I'm going to see if there's any final clips I want to show. I mean, there's one. There is, you know, I don't think debates are a good thing. I think discussions are a good thing. Debates have a terrible goal from the start, and it's the wrong goal. Like the debate's real goal, the purpose of when people say we should have a debate, what is like kind of assumed by everybody as the purpose of the debate is that we want to see which ideas win. But in reality, people have already picked their team usually before the debate, and it's really just a spectacle. And this is why even presidential debates should not be done. Like whatever, you should be forced to go on long form podcasts before you, you know, in order to go into office that are unedited and long form, not have a debate. People will talk about how it's rigged. The debates are rigged. That's not even the problem, even though it's true. That's not the problem. The problem is that it changes everybody's just there rooting for their team, and they're not going to change their opinion based on how the debates go. They'll just be like, my guy had a bad day if they lost. And I know that's true because I've seen that happen. You know, like it happened. If you voted for Trump in the last election, in this past election, you saw he had a bad debate, and it didn't, you know, he didn't win. But what does it mean to win in that circumstance? It means like you looked like you had all the answers. It's not the same as having the answers either. But so it's just a bad form. But the point is that Chris said any academic anytime. He basically is challenging them to a debate or discussion or whatever. He's saying like, you think that I'm wrong, come at me, and like I will argue against you. And this,
you're not getting it. Okay, they won't even talk to you.
This was it. The result. Or the response.
You don't have the key to the clubhouse, you're not getting in, okay? They won't even talk to you.
Yep.
No academic will take me on, will actually start arguing, even in his own field at this point, because they know they're going to lose, and they will. Any academic, anytime.
I think most bright undergrads could mop the floor with you, Chris. I could too. But do keep puffing your chest out like this. It's adorable.
Higher education cartel as there can be.
Right?
I don't agree with either one of them. I don't think that Chris is right when he says that they know they're going to lose. And I think that that's wrong, actually. I think that they don't understand even what he's saying, and they're assuming it's nonsense. They don't think they're going to lose. They don't think that they don't understand what you're saying, so they are assuming that you are just insane. And like, why would they go and argue against somebody who they can't even understand where they're coming from? I was like that. I didn't even understand cognitive theoretic model of the universe. I read that. It was nonsense. And I was the top of my philosophy class. I became a theist, or I realized that theism was the most logical, you know, framework of way of looking at the world, and that sentience was primary. And I reread Cognitive Theoretic Model of the Universe, and it made so much sense to me that I didn't even have to read any of this book or listen to Chris on a podcast. I knew that he was saying that the universe or that existence is a mind. I just knew it based on the fact that that was made logical sense, and it was consistent with what he was saying with the terms that he chose. Dave doesn't even know what the cognitive theoretic model of the universe means, because he doesn't even connect realize that he made the argument himself that these are three of things that are the same structure from different perspectives. You know, he said a theory is a model. And that's what Chris Langan said too. He just said also language is a theory. Theory is language, and they are the same thing, and so is model. And if you don't even recognize that you don't and realize that you are saying in your response, no, a theory is not language, it is a model, and you don't even realize that you're like arguing for him, for what he just said, it's not that you think you're going to lose. Like, Dave genuinely believes, I think, that Chris Langan's ideas are idiotic. And they're not. They're far, they're not even far more coherent than Dave's. They are coherent. You know, like that's what they might, some of them I think I don't agree with. There's one that I'll show at the end that I really don't understand where he's coming from with this. But I would ask him if he ever wants to come on here and talk about anything. Same thing with Dave. Anyone who I've ever talked about is totally free to come on here anytime. And I will not debate you. I will, talk to you respectfully. Anyone who I've ever talked about on a stream is always welcome. I will never turn them away. And I'm not going to talk about you behind your back, quote unquote. It's not behind your back. This is public, but like, I'm not going to talk about you and not be willing to talk to you. That doesn't mean they're going to be willing to talk to me, but I'm always available is my point. But this, they don't think they're going to lose. Like, they don't even get it. They wouldn't even know where to start. They wouldn't. And they're so far removed that they don't think that they don't get it because they're not smart. They think that he's an idiot. And wrong. And that's what they think. That's what Dave thinks. He said he thinks he can mop the floor with Chris Langan. That's nonsense. He hasn't argued against anything that Chris Langan has said. In fact, a couple times he argued for Chris Langan while saying that while calling him an idiot, basically. That it's not even worth. The problem is, it's not even worth engaging with that person, most likely, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it if they are willing to. I think you should, but maybe the value is recognizing what we're talking about tonight, which is that there's a coherence gap in people who have an academic understanding alone of a certain subject. And that means there's a wisdom gap, because wisdom comes from experience and understanding comes from experience. Why, even Dave says, why would we have different words for the same thing if these different words weren't actually about different things? And it's is wisdom and understanding really that different? Yeah, maybe there's a difference in focus. You're looking at, this sculpture from this angle, and then you go to the other side and you look at the same sculpture. Are you looking at the same thing? Yes. But is it a little bit different in, the picture? Yeah, sure. But it's the same thing. But he's not even thinking about that. It's just this word different from this word. That therefore they are describing a different thing, different structure entirely. It's you can't mop the floor with anybody. You can't. You can have competitions on who can memorize the most out of context information, and Dave would probably win. That guy has an incredible memory. It's outstanding. I wish I had a memory like that. It's such a blessing that he has that. It is an incredible talent. It is not the same as being able to understand, and you need to understand in order to explain. Should say Professor Dave regurgitates. Or Professor Dave remembers, not Professor Dave explains. I'm not saying that to mock him. I'm saying that trying to be literal. There's a lot of things that he does that are just really not correct about politics. And I say not correct because not because I disagree with him politically, but like I've seen firsthand like things that he says don't exist in front of my eyes. So, but it's not really worth getting into. I want to say this because everybody always asks, like, if you're so smart, like, why aren't you? The first question that Michael Knowles asks Chris Langan is, if you're so smart, why aren't you buying and selling all of us? Basically, like, why aren't you Elon Musk if you are smarter than him? And the reality is, that smartness is different than intelligence, and than like IQ, I guess you could say. I mean, if you're going to say IQ and intelligence are the same thing, then smartness is different than intelligence. But if intelligence is different than IQ, which I think it is, because the term intelligence existed before the, scale of IQ was created, I would assume, then, it has to, because IQ means intelligence quotient, which means like the term intelligence had to exist to create the term IQ. You don't even have to look up the history to realize that. That's what I mean. Like, you don't have to be taught that in school. Just think about it. IQ as a scale can't exist prior to the term intelligence, which means the term intelligence had meaning before the scale of IQ was created. Wow, look at you. Like, you can actually figure things out by thinking about it. Imagine if you were allowed to figure out that you could do that instead of you having to sit in a desk and memorize PEMDAS and OChem in 7th grade. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But he says, Michael Knowles, why aren't you just so rich and just buying and selling us? And Chris Langan says, it wasn't my goal to necessarily just make all the money in the world. And also there's all these structures that are like, against the truth. The institutions are fundamentally against the truth at this point, and anyone who is, claiming it. And Chris and Dave basically says that that's ridiculous and an excuse, and then later on he basically says that there are institutions and structures that will prevent you from ascending economically. And it's like you just made Chris's argument, an hour after you denied Chris's argument. It's just incoherent. Like, that kind of, you're not thinking about what you're saying. And none of us can think about what we're saying all the time, but in this circumstance, like, if you're going to do this where you're debunking someone, which you shouldn't even be debunking someone, you should be like, take one thing and debunk it. And he didn't. You can't debunk the CTMU based on this interview alone. I mean, he failed to debunk anything that was really like argued for in this interview so far. But there's plenty of other places where you can really dive into the rigor and math of the CTMU, and if you want it. But did he even look? He either didn't look, or he looked and saw that it was there but didn't want to dive into it, and just wanted to assume it was nonsense, which is like, that's not good. I mean, if he did look like, and he was being honest, he would have said, there are books online that you can buy and I haven't read them, but I would assume that they are nonsense. That would at least be honest. But if he was being honest in everything that he said in this, where he says you don't provide any math, you don't provide any context, you don't explain any terms, that means he literally didn't look, if he is being honest. Ever. Like, it's everywhere. Chris Langan's writings are everywhere. And if you didn't even look, like, that's so not rigorous. And then he accuses Chris Langan of being not rigorous. It's like, you, in your debunking, didn't even look to see if Chris Langan wrote a book. And I know that because in this, when Chris says, I wasn't, I had issues getting and keeping a job, and I had issues in school, Dave says, if you were so smart, then you would have just actually written a book and you would have done things to find a way to like secure 6 figures for yourself. Like, actually, I think Chris Langan he probably has done that. He probably makes that much, at least now, or at least he has in his life. I guarantee you, almost guarantee you, that Chris Langan has made over $100,000 in his life. Is that 6 figures, or is 6 figures $1 million? I don't know. I don't know if he'd made $1 million in a year. I have no idea, but I would imagine it's at least, he's made at least 100,000 at some point. I think he won on the game show like half of that once. And he has books available, and he has a lot of people that follow and really get into his work. So, I mean, he did do exactly what you're saying. Why wouldn't you do that? It's like, he did do that. You didn't look. Who's not rigorous? You know, it's not here to just like be like, well, Dave, it's easy to start doing that, and I can do that, but like everybody, but it's like, I'm trying to show you, this is not at all in any way, shape, or form debunking anything. Not even just, let alone someone debunking Chris Langan. It's like, you're not debunking even a single statement that he's made. It's just crazy. It's like literally crazy. It's not, I'm not saying that as, oh, it's so crazy. No, crazy meaning like not sane, meaning nonsensical, meaning not making sense. That's what I mean by crazy. Guys, like, crazy. It's crazy. Here's him saying, why didn't you write a book? Just so that you can see it and you don't just take my word for it.
Millionaire without help from billionaires. How do billionaires exist? And aren't any of them self-made? Because yes, some sure are. I know you're obsessed with meaning and not money, but couldn't you have started your own construction business or a bouncer training school? Write a fucking book? There's nothing you could do to make a measly 6 figures while keeping your integrity in check? Are you really that devoid of creativity, Chris? It sounds like a whole lot of excuses to me.
A lot of these rich people are into something called transhumanism.
Evidence. This is not the only book. I have another one somewhere, and I didn't even buy them all. There's plenty more on online. Just Google it on it. You can find them on Amazon. This is the state of academia. This is the state of academia. Dave is not alone in this. Kurt Munkel had on physicist after physicist, and every single one that was respected in the field currently within, you know, the institutional narrative, claimed that there was no real solid competitors out there to string theory. And then when asked about the works of others, they said they didn't read the works of others because so-and-so isn't a physicist, and so-and-so wrote some paper that was bad once that I read on, that they had published, and therefore it's not worth looking into them. This is exactly what Dave is doing, except Dave is a little worse. Like, you don't even have to read the book. Like, just look to see if it's there. You know, you wouldn't have said, write a book. Why don't you write a book? Guys, Dave is, I don't want to call him a fraud because he calls everybody else a fraud, and I think it's wrong to call people a fraud, but he does not explain. He does not explain. And I am going to assume that it's because he doesn't know how. And it's not because he's just an asshole who is purposely leaving out things that he knows for the sake of tricking his audience into, you know, assuming that this person is bigger idiot, that is more of a moron than they actually are, and that he's not just doing this for views alone. That he actually thinks, like, the nice thing to do is to, and what I kind of have to do, and what is also the logical thing to do, because internally I'm like, I see this, and you know, when you say this is a you're a fucking moron, and you're just cursing at them, and you're just being cruel, which he's so cruel. Like, he's all the time. He's so cruel. And it's not good. And I've had my moments where for like I got very politically upset after a few like years ago, probably like 2014, 2015. I was very angry politically, and I was cruel, guys. I was cruel to the people that were my friends, and I lost friends over it. And I was cruel to people I didn't know, to people I did know. And it was so terrible. And I recognized it. Now I don't get into any fights with people online like that are cruel. Really, that doesn't mean I won't say you're wrong, but like I try to be kind, because it was such a waste of my own energy, more so than anything else. And it fed the beast. It's not because I'm so much better. It's like I realized how much time and energy I wasted and how much it hurt my life. But I realize it also gets views. And so like Dave definitely, I don't want to say Dave definitely uses Dave. I would assume he probably knows that like these destroy videos get views because they do. But and being cruel, though, I think I have to assume that that's because he's actually like he actually feels that way about them. It's not just for views. And that's actually the kind and best, most logical way of looking at it. If we start assuming people's motives like Dave does, and if that's not an assumption, he states it many times. He literally says things like when Chris Langan talks about affirmative action in this interview, Dave just accuses him of hating minorities. And it's like, it's not, even if it's true, you don't know it's true, but like, if it is true, it doesn't matter. Like, you address the point. So it's distracting at best and slanderous at worst, depending on how much you are aware of it. So I'm not trying not to do that, but I have to prioritize the information that I have access to firsthand, which is seeing how he states certain things. And if I don't see into his mind, which I can't, and I know I can't, then I know that I can't prioritize even my hunches about what the motives would be behind the things that he says. I can believe that they're probably true, but that doesn't mean that I can prioritize them above what I know. And to believe that they would be true if they're contradicting things that he says outwardly, even if you're right, end up being right inevitably, it's still illogical to actually like assume those things. To assume that you can judge what's really happening by the motive that you're assuming somebody to have. It's like, look at politicians. They say the nicest things about the most, the people that need the most support, and a lot of them are just really cruel, in real life. And same thing with like a lot of celebrities. I heard that about Ellen DeGeneres. I'm not sure if that's true, but I know people that were friends with people who worked with her, and it's not an uncommon thing. I'm not spreading rumors like this is I lived in Burbank, so like this is where everything is filmed, and you will hear things like that. And I always heard that she was so cruel, which is funny because like her brand is love, and I always found that a little suspect. It's like, you can't brand love. You don't get to claim it and copyright it. But still, regardless, it's like you have to go with what you see people actually do and say. Don't assume what's going on inside them because you don't know. Or at least if you do assume it, don't prioritize it above what they're doing and saying. At least like in instances in which the consequences are. If you really are getting a bad vibe from somebody and you don't want to get into a business transaction with them, then just maybe go with your hunch. But that doesn't mean that like, it in this circumstance, you should just purely assume motive. The consequences are different. There's 2 final clips, and then we're going to go. I know this was long. I hope this was fun.
That's you to God. You can receive the will of God into yourself.
Yeah, I did that and nobody answered. I guess he's not taking calls. Funny how the smartest man in the world, when asked for life advice, offers something so trite as to be indistinguishable from any run-of-the-mill preacher in any sleepy town in America, huh? You'd think he'd have something special, but nope. Do bidding of Magic Sky Daddy. And that concludes the interview. As we can all now hopefully see, at best, we can say that Chris is a narcissist of middling intellect who has genuinely convinced himself that he's a genius by adopting a sophomoric contrarian attitude to everything he knows nothing about, blended with sheep-like religious subservience. And at worst, we can say that Chris is nothing more than another installment in a series of internet pseudo-intellectuals that fit a particular archetype which has become a proven business model in the past few years. His religious and philosophical rhetoric is the same as that of Jordan Peterson, but even less convincing. His scientific rhetoric is the same as that of Eric Weinstein, but even less convincing. He's just another self-aggrandizing asshat who uses language that exemplifies what dumb people think smart people sound like, and not all that effectively if we're being honest. The particular twist he employs is that he wears his salt-of-the-earth brand on his sleeve, just a working-class man that happens to be smarter than all those fancy city folk with their computers and their cappuccinos. Now, to be clear, I'm not mocking the working class. Some people live in the city, some people live on a farm. Some people ride skateboards, some people ride horses. Some people work in a laboratory, some people work construction. It doesn't matter. And there are plenty of highly intelligent people that are either constrained to the working class because of socioeconomic injustice or because they genuinely prefer that lifestyle. The point is that there is an element of manipulation involved with Chris obsessively referring to himself in this manner. It may be closer to the truth than when golden billionaire Donald Trump does it, but it reeks of demagoguery regardless. It's a facade. The intention is to seem relatable, establish an emotional connection, and garner the trust of a certain type of viewer so that they will be receptive to the dazzling rhetoric. As I've said before, it's just another instance of portraying oneself as the strong alpha male who should lead the tribe, such that others will relinquish their critical thinking skills and let him do the thinking for all of them. Our culture at this moment in history has demonstrated time and time again that it will seek out and adore these figures, so this is just the trend we are seeing right now. There are figures who employ this playbook, and there are outlets who platform and cater to those figures, a symbiosis for profit on both sides. Since it's been proven to work so well, every few months some new pseudo-intellectual jackass goes on every podcast designed for dumb people to think they're smart, proclaimed to be a super genius with all the answers. Millions of people fall for it, and they all cash in. If I didn't have a moral backbone, I probably would do it too. What could be easier? All you have to do is confidently use words that most people don't understand, and if anyone proclaims that the emperor has no clothes on, just say some vague anti-establishment bullshit about how they're indoctrinated, can't see outside the box, and aren't ready to receive the new super awesome paradigm-shifting knowledge. It's a foolproof way to con a bunch of fools, and you can see the parade of fools lapping up his rubbish all over the comment section. How can anyone be so suggestible? How can someone get through to these people? To any of them, I would say, can you acknowledge that you only think he's intelligent because you don't understand what he's saying? Do you know who else says things you don't understand? Any scientist. Not just any scientist, any graduate student. And I'm not saying that to be condescending. Anyone who is an expert in anything can speak in a way that most other people won't understand. That's the nature of specialized knowledge. Take any current scientific publication in the entire world at random. If you don't work in that field, or if you haven't at least studied that subject in college to some extent, you absolutely will not understand it, nor should you be surprised about it. Here's one now. Wow, who wrote this? It's super complicated. They must be the smartest person alive. Should we worship them? Should we send them on Joe Rogan and Lex Fridman and the 1,000 other wannabe clones trying to cash in? Look at this one. This guy's even smarter than the other one. I don't understand a word of this. Which podcast should they go on? This is what irks me. You could take any scientist in the entire world, put them in front of Joe Rogan, have them explain their research, and it should get the same effect. But it won't. Do you know why? Because any typical scientist would not present themselves as a genius that everyone has to listen to, nor would they inject their research with any more relevance or profundity than it deserves. Now, some definitely would, of course. There are arrogant scientists. I'm talking about the average scientist. They don't use manipulative rhetoric, so people would not latch on to them irrationally, which is why such people don't get invited on those podcasts.
Oh my god. Oh, I just had to stop it. It's just going on and on and on. The hypocrisy is so, like, is abounding, and everybody's a hypocrite sometimes. That's not the, I'm not judging him as a hypocrite. That's what he is. No, but like that is so much hypocrisy in this statement and so much lacking of like self-awareness. But there are plenty of people who claim to understand physics and the world at a fundamental level, who go on Joe Rogan all the time, and they are repeating the academic narrative, mainstream narrative, and they're on there too. And it's Neil deGrasse Tyson, and it's mathematicians, and it's Sean Carroll, and all these people go on Joe Rogan, and nobody has a problem with it. And people are like, well, those guys aren't making any progress, but you're glad to have them on. They can still have value. Sean Carroll, I'll never forget, he said philosophers have a lot to add to the physics discussion. And I heard that years ago, and I was like, thank you. Thank you, Sean Carroll. And then he blocked me on Twitter after that because I said that it's fine for Eric Weinstein to go talk about his theory on Joe Rogan if Sean Carroll can go and talk about his theory on Joe Rogan. And he blocked me on Twitter over it. But, still has something of value to add. Still not making any progress. It results in new physical understandings of the world. But which is kind of what physics is about. It's not about math. It's about understanding that leads to an increasing of our understanding of our physical structures in a way that actually like increases your ability to utilize them and actually apply. Like new physics understanding is applicable by definition for the most part. Even if it's the application is like realizing that you are constrained and you can't violate that. It's like, okay, well, stop trying. That's application. But that's not what's happening. People are just saying, well, there might be these multiverses, and every time we make a different decision or an atom splits, that makes a new universe, and maybe we're just soap bubbles in a bubble bath, and maybe there's 11 dimensions instead of 4, and especially if you change the definition of a dimension, that could very easily be the case. And those dimensions, where are they? Well, they might be very small, according to Michio Kaku on Joe Rogan. So I don't know. Maybe we should have Chris Langan on Joe Rogan, and maybe we should have Eric Weinstein on Joe Rogan, and maybe it's okay for people to believe some of the things that those guys are saying. But let me tell you this: I've seen a lot of Chris Langan's fans, and they don't just purely idol worship his IQ. There are certainly some that'll be like, I assume he's right because he's Chris Langan, and I think that that's wrong. But at the same time, we all kind of do that in certain things. You assuming that the Earth is a sphere is you doing that. Unless you've been to space, you're assuming the expertise of somebody else is, and you're just going with it. And but at the same time, most of the people that I've interacted with understand the CTMU. Most of the people that I interact with who are fans of physics do not understand string theory, including string theorists. And string theorists are starting to admit it. So this is like a massive problem. It's not a Dave problem, but it is also a Dave problem. It is a educational, institutional problem. And Dave will say, of course, you're going to say that because you're anti-establishment narrative and because you didn't like school or something. And I didn't like school, but I didn't like school for multiple reasons, some of which it wasn't just because I didn't like school. It was like I found it pointless, which it was for the most part. And also, if high school was hard for me, guys, okay? But I loved college, and I still think that my classes were pointless. And guess what? I loved college, like socially. So that's not it. It's that I recognize that it's not a model for teaching you about how the world works. It doesn't make sense to take somebody out of the real world to teach them about the real world. It doesn't. And this violates Stephen Wolfram's computational irreducibility rule, which is a fundamental rule of information itself, is that information is context that comes from its relationship with other bits of information. And you can't just break that chain or else you destroy it, which is what school did. It's a huge, huge problem. It's not just you're just anti-establishment. But he'll say that. But that's not an argument against what I'm saying either. It's not, you have to argue why it makes more sense to sit in a classroom and listen to secondhand information and accept it from somebody who did the same exact thing, especially when most of them are not making real significant, like undeniable, physical, applicable progress in a field. Biology is making no progress. Physics, or very little progress. Physics is making no progress. Not in their increasing their understanding. They're iterating. It's like the iPhone was a revolution. It was the recognition that this touch screen had way more applicability than a non-touch screen, because it could change to be whatever user interface you could want. And that in and of itself was a revolutionary recognition of like a new degree of freedom in tech. That was a revolution and an increasing of understanding. iPhone 4 to iPhone 13, not a revolution at all, and an increase in understanding of what phones can do. It's just an improvement of, an optimization process of what we currently know, but it's not an increase in our understanding. It's just an increase in our ability, given our current understanding, which is what physics is doing. That's it today. And same with biology. Biology isn't learning anything really fundamentally new. That's why biologists are renaming species again and again and again. It's not based on anything. It's like they have nothing else to do and they don't know what to do. So I'm telling you this as somebody who watches this all the time. I watch them. There's a chuckwalla that was named Suromalus obesus. It's a lizard. And it's named that because it goes into a crack when it's scared and it puffs itself up and makes itself really fat so you can't get it out of the crack. And I think the term obesus, offended someone, so they changed it to Suromalus alter. That is what your biologists are doing. They are literally getting rid of physical descriptions that make sense to the organism and changing it for something else. I don't know what Suromalus alter means even, because it's not an chuckwalla. Let's see. This is not an isolated case, by the way. This is just one that I pulled out of my ass just now because it's funny. Suromalus alter. Okay. Taxonomy. Suromalus is said to be a combination of two Greek words, suros meaning lizard and omalus meaning flat. The proper Greek word flat is, however, its later term alter for black or dark. Okay, let me tell you something about chuckwallas. Some are dark and black. Others are bright red. And others are like tan and light and almost white. They're all flat lizards that then go into a crack and make themselves fat. And so Suromalus means flat lizard that goes into a crack. Suromalus obesus means flat lizard that goes into a crack and makes itself fat, which is exactly what it does. Instead, now they changed it to something and they destroyed the information. We're really in a shit show, and it's not anti-establishment bias. You're destroyed the definition of this lizard, the description of this lizard, and I guarantee you it's because obesus offended somebody. I guarantee you, obviously, that. I mean, I would assume, I don't know for sure, but why else would you change it? It's not like they split it into two and now this one's obesus, but this one's alter. It's like, no, it's just, they just changed this name that existed to describe this thing and it described it perfectly and they changed the name. So why else would they do it unless it's just somebody who wants to make a name for themselves and who was offended by the term obese? Maybe they were obese. I wonder who changed it. I really want to see a picture of the person who changed it now, because I bet that they might be obese. I'm not judging you for being people who are fat. I'm getting heavier. I'm not there. I'm not obese yet, but like, what is obese? Where's the line? So funny. You can recognize that the schools are nonsense machines that are creating a bunch of people who are essentially chickens with their heads cut off. And I mean, that entire spiral that he was doing at the end that I just stopped, because it was just that rant just going on and on and on. Like, that's just all like assumptions and about internal motives and things like that. It's not, and that's not me assuming, like he says it there. And I'm taking him at his word. So he is evidence. He is probably one of the greatest bits of evidence that I've seen of like the lostness of the schools. But I mean, imagine though how tough it would be emotionally and intellectually. I mean, intellectually, it's not even about how hard it is. It's like, do you have the right perspective? And I don't think he has the right perspective, anyways. But emotionally, it's also it's difficult to be like, okay, should I know that it would really suck if I was wrong about my fundamental understanding of reality, and that would impact every opinion. I'd have to reevaluate every opinion that I have. And I also am like Professor Dave explains, who has memorized all these different things and built an entire brand on the fact that he can debunk everyone who doesn't, follow the mainstream narrative. And is like the arbiter of explaining any bit of information that you could be taught in schools. It's like I wouldn't even, I'm just being honest about me. If that were me, I wouldn't want to look to honestly like investigate whether or not I was wrong about some of these things. It would disrupt your entire life. But I will say this. I say that I wouldn't want to do it. I can't really say that that's true, though, because I did do it at 24 years old. I was like, it kind of seems like actually logic is arguing for God. And that means I have to reevaluate all my morals and politics and even my, assumed biological understandings. And the reality is it didn't actually it actually added to everything. It wasn't a bad thing. It was a wonderful thing. In the end, I feel like I know I've become wiser because of just the fruit of my actions that have been motivated by the change. School, there's no feedback mechanism that's legitimate. Somebody says, what is the answer? You say, this is the answer. And if it matches the, book that they read this semester over the summer before the semester started, then they'll give you a little gold star or an A or something. And if it doesn't, then they will not give you that. But that's not actually evidence that it's correct. If somebody said, how do you fix an engine that is broken or making this noise, and you wrote down the answer, and then a teacher was like, yeah, that's the answer because I read that that's the answer. It might be the answer, but might not. But if you go and you hear an engine making noise and it's having a problem, and you're like, you know what, I think this is the answer to the solution to this problem, and you try it, you apply that solution physically to that engine, one of two things is going to happen. Either you are going to make things worse. I guess three things. You're going to make things worse. You're going to make things better. Or what the heck is going on with these balloons? I have no idea what causes that, by the way. I guess going like this makes balloons. Why do people add this crap to software? It's the same thing that's happening in software as what is happening in Hollywood again, and academia. It's like we don't know where to go anymore. There's no direction. So Eric Weinstein says this. Everything becomes what is the term he used? When there's no more. Everything becomes pathological. It's like they did this with the Apple update recently. It's like there's not much more you can do to the Apple interface to make it that much better. But like somebody still has a job and is being expected to make progress. But what happens when you've made as much progress as you kind of can in the current paradigm that you are operating within? The only thing that you can do is make things worse. Same thing with biology. If you can't discover a new species of chuckwalla, then what do? You change the name of the current one for no reason. What do you do when you can't come up with new movies? You remake Wicked for like the third time or whatever. And this is a very serious and very widespread issue. We will transcend it. and it will be theism that transcends it. Theism is coming back via physics discussions. It's very relevant to talk about God and physics. And anyone who thinks that they can explain why God is illogical or why God is logical to assume should be involved or be in physics discussions at this point. We need to shift all of our understanding of learning, of education, of technology, of media, of physics, of metaphysics, of morality, of politics, all at once. And we're going to have this happen. It's just going to go in society. And I don't know what that's going to cause, but like, it's going to cause a revolution of some type. And eventually probably a misunderstanding by the general public, which is exactly what happened. I mean, you ask people, I remember, and I said this before, this is a moment of idiocy, a 24-year moment of idiocy that I had regarding atheism. And my girlfriend at the time, a new girlfriend who is now my wife, I was, biologist, zoologist, ecologist, fanatic, still am. And I have studied animals in the wild and worked with them in captivity. And I know people who run some of the most famous zoos in the world. And the most famous herpetologist in the world bought me my first beer. And like, I was involved, even though I don't have a degree. It was a passion of mine. And it is a passion of mine, and understanding animals, I just like them. And I always said, I believe in evolution, so I don't believe God. And then once I asked my girlfriend, who said that something about, believing in God. And I was like, wait, do you believe that God created the world? Or do you believe that, we evolved from like animals essentially? Or from, do you think that we evolved, that evolution existed? And she looked at me and she was like, both. And I was like, I guess that's not really contradictory. I mean, if you were a child, you take, and you ended your theological learning, your theological education at like 13 years old, then you're going to have a child's view of God. And that's the final clip that I'm going to show here. And because this is, when he says, do bidding of Magic Sky Daddy, that's not God. God is not Magic Sky Daddy. Magic Sky Daddy, built into the term, is this is nonsense. Magic is by definition that which is fake. Like, it's that which that exists in fantasy but not in reality. It's an ability that exists in fantasy but not in reality. That is magic. That is what it is. It's the definition of it in our understanding. If you go to a magic show, you assume it's an illusion, but that it's not real. Like, what you're seeing is, you're assuming that is not actually happening. Even then, Magic Sky Daddy is a straw man that is built without legs from the beginning. You don't even have to kick it down. That's not a genuine retort against God. You ask me what God is, and I say it is the initial, eternal, inevitable, and all-encompassing sentient existence. The someone that is existence itself. That's God. That's not Magic Sky Daddy. And that's an adult version of God. A child's version is Magic Sky Daddy. That's what you tell. That's what I'll tell my 2-year-old daughter to help her understand. One of my brothers is adopted, and his mom passed away when she was my mom's best friend, and she passed away when he was very young. And my parents were his godparents, and we adopted him at like 1 year old. And he asked at some point, where did I come from? Did I come from mommy's belly? Because every little kid asks that eventually. And for us, my parents said yes. But for him, they had to find a different way to say it. And they're not going to say, oh, well, they can't explain that what had happened to him at the time. And so he ended up asking, they said, no, something else. And he was like, oh, did I come from a star? And like, we're like, yeah, you came from a star. And then like 6 months to a year later, as he got older, he added to his understanding. He never was surprised by, like, he knew the story always, you know, as soon as he was able to comprehend it. And as much as he was able to comprehend it, what does it mean when a 3-year-old says, oh, well, did I come from a star? It's like, you're saying, I came from somewhere else. Like, okay, you understand that, you know, that's the understanding that mattered there. It's like this, Dave's understanding of God is at, oh, it came from the star? Magic Sky Daddy? That's Dave thinks that believing in God is childish because his conceptualization of God is childish because he stopped investigating theism in an honest way probably as a child. And I know that because I did it. And then I had an epiphany, and I went and I talked to my rabbi about it, and I was like, Rabbi, like, I didn't even think about this until my girlfriend was like, yeah, I believe in both. And I realized that it wasn't a contradiction for the first time in my life, that, like, you know, there could be an initial being responsible for all this, and also like that they could have kicked off an evolutionary process, you know. But I had never thought about it because I had a disconnected conceptualization of theology, which is exactly what. And I went to Hebrew school as a kid, but it was like Reform Hebrew school. It was like, this is what we do, and we read the Torah and the Bible, and like we go to a Sunday school and we talk about God and we sing songs, but like nobody there actually believed. Nobody believed in it enough to incorporate it in their own lives. No, my family never prayed, nothing. We never talked about God ever in my family, and that means it wasn't really part of my life. It just went to school for it, and I thought I understood it, and I didn't. Dave. This is I guess this. There is one thing that I mean, Chris. The only thing that I don't understand about Chris Langan's perspective really is Dave represents an older interview of Chris Langan where he says that he basically, like, we should be using birth. You should have to get permission to not to be allowed to have kids, basically, and that maybe like everybody should have birth control, and then you would have to get permission to be taken off it. This is interesting because this is like a thing in the show Silo that I'm watching now that I really like, and that's the initial plot of the show that kind of kicks it off. And because it's an old interview of Chris, I don't want to like talk about it because I don't know the context of it. It's not from the same interview. And I think that all I'll say is, if you're going to argue against that, which I think that Chris, it doesn't seem consistent with Chris's current, what I've heard Chris say more recently about God and creating us, you know, that we exist because God put us here. And it's like, if that's the case, then like, maybe we should leave it up to him more. That doesn't mean you breed indiscriminately, you know, but like get married before you have kids. I think that that's certainly a qualifier. But other than that, like, who are we to say who's smart enough and who's strong enough and who's attractive enough? That's not really, like, I don't see the logic in that. But I'm also not going to say that that's what Chris believes either, because I've never heard him elaborate on the idea. But it's the one thing that is presented in this that I think is kind of incoherent that Chris says. But it's also from a separate interview that's much older. So I'm not going to even show the clip. You can watch it if you want, but it's not within the context of the clip, everything else that is stated in the clip. So it's like, people's views change and and who knows, like maybe he still does believe it. If he does, I just would want to know why, it's not, that's like, Dennis Prager said this too when I was working for him. He always would say, I prefer understanding to agreement. You can't agree or disagree until you understand. So like, why would you even ask? Why would you even say, I disagree first? I get why you would. You'd have that. There's many reasons why you would, but like, that doesn't mean like you actually could honestly disagree or know that you disagree until you actually understood. You can't. So I'd be curious to see if he still believes that, and is the first question. The second question is, why do you believe that? And how is that consistent with the CTMU and its version of God? That would be way more interesting than just being like, this guy sucks, which is kind of what Dave does. But with that, happy Thanksgiving tomorrow. I know this was long. I hope it was entertaining. Please hit the like button. I hope it was coherent enough. I don't even want to look at how long it's been. But I really appreciate, and I'm really grateful for everybody that watches this channel. It's not a big channel. Please subscribe if you are new, and if you liked this, hit the bell notification. I do this every week. If you want to join our Discord and have a call, join the weekly calls, send me a private message on Instagram, Theory of Everyone, or Tyler Marshall Goldstein, or on Twitter, and I'll send you the link. And the links to everything that we discussed is below, and the link to the links to the streams that were discussed by Dave is below, and so is an overview of this project of sentient singularity theory. Let's check the chat and then go. Oh my gosh, what time it is? Oh my gosh, I can't even look. It's so late. I still appreciate every one of you, but dang. There's so much. I didn't even get to it. Look at how much, guys. There were so many things I wanted to. I was going to mention, but I didn't. Progress is definitely possible. Anyways, I love you. Says music. I love you too. If this is, if I try, but that doesn't mean I don't. I hesitate to say that because of. But the thing is like, I genuinely do want this channel to help people. It's otherwise, why would I do it? It's making me no money, and it takes an enormous amount of time. It's like 2 a.m. and I normally have way less people than tonight watching, and so I don't do it. I enjoy it, but like, I also do think that I do it also because I genuinely like think that it can be helpful. But if it's not, let me know in the comments. And if it is, let me know in the comments. I'm thankful for this fella. I'm thankful for you watching and for you. That's that. I can't, there's too many things in the chat, but I'm sorry if I missed it. But if I missed your comment and you had a question for me, then send me a message on Instagram or Twitter, and I can answer it on there, or you can join the weekly calls. With that, peace and happy Thanksgiving.